Hey there. Tonight, we're not venturing to Olympus to watch the gods throw lightning. We're stepping into the quieter, harsher corners of their stories. The ones where women were punished for beauty, loyalty, or simply being noticed. From Pandora, blamed for all of mankind's misery, to Medusa, cursed for surviving what was done to her. This is a softer retelling of the lives that myth forgot to protect. If stories like this help you drift off, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly helps you rest. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is where you are. There's something strangely comforting about knowing we're all half awake together, sharing the same ancient silence. So settle in. Let your mind slow down and listen closely to what it was really like to be a woman in Greek mythology. The first woman in Greek mythology wasn't a gift to mankind, she was a warning label. Pandora, sculpted from clay by the gods, arrived not to complete the world but to complicate it. Hesiod, writing in the 8th century BCE, describes her as a beautiful evil, which is about as mixed a compliment as one can give. Her creation was divine revenge. Prometheus had stolen fire for humanity, an act of compassion and insubordination. And Zeus decided that since punishing one Titan wasn't satisfying enough, he'd punish everyone. He ordered Hephaestus to fashion a woman, the first of her kind. Aphrodite contributed beauty, Athena added skill, Hermes slipped in deceitful charm, and together they produced a being so irresistible she could undo civilization simply by existing, a prototype of trouble, gift-wrapped. Pandora was presented to Epimetheus, whose name tellingly means afterthought. Prometheus had warned him never to accept gifts from Zeus, but Epimetheus, poor optimist, took one look and thought, how bad could it be? He was about to find out. Pandora brought with her a sealed jar. Curiosity, that most human of qualities, led her to open it. Out flew every misery the gods could devise: disease, greed, envy, toil, despair. Only one thing remained inside: Elpis, hope. Scholars still argue whether that was a mercy or a cruel joke. In some interpretations, hope stayed trapped forever. In others, it lingered to soften the pain. Either way, Pandora's curiosity became the root cause of human suffering. The myth reads like an ancient press release, explaining why life is hard, and why, incidentally, women are to blame. Hesiod's language leaves little doubt. He insists that before Pandora, men lived free of illness and labour. After her, they had wives. Between the lines, thanks a lot. Behind the poetry lies social truth. In archaic Greece, women existed legally as dependents, first of their fathers, then of their husbands, finally of their sons. They could not vote, own property, or appear in court. The home was their boundary, the oikos, their miniature world. Pandora's myth fit neatly into that reality, transforming inequality into cosmic design. If women caused toil, then it was only natural they be contained. Greek men heard these stories young. For them, myth was moral education, not entertainment. It taught that women were necessary evils, beautiful but treacherous, fertile but perilous, essential yet inferior. A neat psychological arrangement for a society that depended on them and feared them equally. Hesiod went further, outlining 2 possible fates for men: marry a good wife and endure moderate sorrow, or stay single and die alone. A tidy dilemma, misery either way. The mythic worldview was less about logic than about comfort. It assured men that their frustrations were divinely ordained. Even the detail of the jar carries meaning. The Greek word is pythos, a large storage vessel usually used for grain or wine. In other words, Pandora's curiosity spoiled the household supply, the economic heart of Greek life. When later translators turned it into a box, they unknowingly made it portable, personal, and poetic. But in the original, it was domestic. Her sin occurred in the kitchen, not a temple. The parallels to everyday life were obvious. Women were expected to stay indoors, manage stores, and produce heirs if they failed. Crops and families alike withered. The myth was social commentary disguised as divine narrative, and yet there's a faint compassion buried inside it. Pandora isn't malicious. She's merely inquisitive. She acts, and the world changes. That spark of agency, however punished, lingers throughout Greek mythology. Later heroines, Psyche, Atalanta, Medea, inherit that same dangerous curiosity. The Greeks could not imagine a story without a woman to set it in motion. Still, each attempt at autonomy carried a cost. To open a jar, to speak truth, to outshine a god, all ended the same way. Blame, exile, or transformation into something non-human, a tree, a spider, a constellation. Immortality through suffering. Outside the myths, Athenian society ran on the same principle. Marriage was a transaction between men. The bride was the dowry that sealed it. Girls married at 14, often to men twice their age. Their names were rarely recorded. If a woman appeared in literature, she was either a saintly wife like Penelope or a cautionary one like Clytemnestra. There was very little middle ground. Pandora's story justified it all. If the first woman had unleashed chaos, then keeping her descendants under lock and key seemed prudent policy. Religion reinforced the idea. At festivals, women might dance and sing, but always within roles that emphasized fertility, purity, or submission. Even the powerful priestesses of Delphi and Eleusis served male gods and male oracles. And yet, here comes the quiet contradiction. The same culture that confined women could not stop writing about them. Epic, tragedy, lyric poetry, all filled with female voices that defied the silence imposed on real women. It was as though the imagination compensated for the laws. Within art, women spoke, suffered, raged, and changed the fates of men and cities alike. On stage, they were terrifyingly alive. Modern scholars sometimes call this the Pandora paradox. She's both scapegoat and originator. She ruins the world, but she also populates it without her. No humanity, with her, no peace. That contradiction was irresistible to the Greek mind, which loved balance even in blame. By the time of later poets, Pandora's reputation softened. In some retellings, she becomes a figure of hope itself, the guardian of the one good thing left in the jar. Instead of malice, she symbolizes endurance. It's a small rehabilitation, but perhaps the only one she was ever offered. The myth also reveals how Greek cosmology differed from others. Where some traditions cast creation as harmonious, the Greeks saw it as an ongoing quarrel. Order was always one mistake away from collapse, and women often supplied that mistake, from Pandora's jar to Helen's beauty to Medea's vengeance. Feminine power equaled divine instability. The irony is that the gods themselves were hardly models of restraint. Zeus could not pass a nymph without catastrophe ensuing. Poseidon had his moods, and even gentle Apollo left a trail of petrified ex-lovers. Yet somehow the fault always looped back to the woman. the myths, like the society that told them, operated on selective accountability. Archaeology adds another layer. Before Hesiod's time, earlier Greek cultures, such as the Minoans, depicted women in positions of ritual power. Priestesses, dancers, perhaps even rulers. By the classical period, that imagery vanished. Pandora's story marks that cultural shift. From reverence of the feminine to suspicion of it, the divine mother became the dangerous wife. So, the first woman's legacy was to bear the weight of every misfortune that followed. If men toiled, it was her fault. If crops failed, her curiosity had cursed them. Even childbirth pain was conveniently divine retribution. And yet, from that same myth, later generations drew the one fragment of comfort left inside the jar. Hope, perhaps that's the secret reason the story endured. Pandora reminds us that even when everything spills out, when chaos floods the world, something remains. It's fragile, quiet, easy to overlook, but it's there. The gods could devise 1,000 punishments, but they couldn't quite extinguish resilience. That tiny, stubborn hope would survive every tragedy the Greeks could imagine, passed down through heroines and mortals alike. For all the blame piled upon her, Pandora remains the first to show that even in the face of divine injustice, curiosity, and the trouble it brings, can also be the start of understanding. In Greek mythology, marriage was never about romance. It was about property, power, and the delicate art of endurance. The poets called it sacred, but in practice it resembled a long contract with uneven clauses. The gods themselves set the example, and what an example it was. Hera, queen of Olympus and goddess of marriage, presided over every mortal wedding. Though she could hardly recommend the institution herself, her own marriage to Zeus began, as many Greek unions did, with trickery. The stories vary, but one of the oldest tells that Zeus transformed into a small, trembling cuckoo bird, and landed on Hera's lap, moved to pity. She drew it to her breast, and in that moment the bird became a god again, triumphant and uninvited. She married him soon after, perhaps out of shock, perhaps because even a goddess couldn't simply refuse the king of heaven from the start. Their relationship was a spectacle. Zeus, restless and omnipotent, pursued every mortal or nymph that caught his eye. Hera responded not by leaving. Divorce was unthinkable for divine royalty, but by ensuring everyone else regretted it. Io, one of Zeus's lovers, was turned into a cow and tormented by a biting fly. Semele, tricked into asking to see Zeus in his full glory, was burned alive. Callisto was transformed into a bear and flung into the stars. For Hera, revenge became ritual. To later storytellers, she was jealous and cruel. To the Greeks themselves, she was simply behaving as a wife was expected to, guarding the marriage bond at all costs. In their world, a woman's virtue was measured not by happiness, but by loyalty. Better to rage within the marriage than to abandon it. Even the goddess of marriage had to live within her own laws. In the mortal world, those laws were strict. Athenian women married young, often around 14, to men twice their age. The wedding was arranged between fathers. The bride's opinion was incidental. The word for marriage, gamos, shared its root with zygos, the yoke of an ox. Two creatures bound together, one steering the other. On the wedding night, the bride was escorted by torchlight to her husband's home, veiled and silent, while songs were sung outside comparing her to Persephone descending to the underworld. The symbolism was clear enough, which brings us neatly to that very myth. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, was picking flowers one day when the earth split open and Hades rode out in his chariot of black iron. Without a word, he seized her and disappeared below. The meadow closed behind them, and silence fell upon the world. Demeter searched for her daughter endlessly. She neglected the harvest, and famine spread across the earth until even the gods began to starve. Zeus, ever the pragmatist, intervened. Not because he cared, but because hungry mortals stopped making sacrifices. Eventually, he negotiated a compromise. Persephone would spend half the year with her mother and half with her husband. When she returned, Demeter rejoiced and crops grew again. When she descended, winter came. On the surface, it's a myth about the seasons, life and death, fertility and decay. But under it lies something colder, the story of a forced marriage sanctified by divine bureaucracy. Persephone's voice barely exists in the narrative. Her feelings don't shape the outcome. Zeus and Hades make the decisions for her. The abduction became the mythic prototype of Greek marriage, an act of taking rather than choosing. In many ancient wedding songs, brides were compared to Persephone, led away from her mother's arms. What sounds poetic now was, for Greek women, a rehearsal of fate. Marriage was separation. From home, from youth, from autonomy. Once married, a woman could not represent herself legally. Her world shrank to the house and its hearth, where she oversaw servants and raised heirs who would belong to her husband's family, not her own. Hera's and Persephone's stories were, in that sense, education. They told women that endurance was divine, that suffering was ritual, and that the gods themselves approved. Yet the myths also contained contradictions the Greeks could never quite resolve. Hera's rage made her fearsome but powerful. Persephone's captivity made her queen both women, turned constraint into a form of authority. Hera ruled Olympus beside Zeus, not as his equal, but as his necessary opposite. His legitimacy required her sanction. Persephone ruled the underworld, seated beside Hades as an emblem of life within death. Each goddess held sway in spaces men feared, the storm and the grave. There's a certain grim elegance in that. Greek culture often turned pain into structure, chaos into order. The mythic marriages were miserable, but they made sense of the world's cycles. Thunder and calm, sowing and harvest, marriage and mourning. Historically, those ideas seeped into ritual. The Heraia, one of the oldest festivals for women, honoured Hera as both bride and matron. Married women offered her peplous robes. Young girls raced in her honour to symbolise the transition from maiden to wife. Demeter and Persephone inspired the Eleusinian mysteries, secret rites promising renewal after death. These ceremonies gave women rare spiritual authority. Within the ritual space, they were not voiceless. They were mediators between earth and heaven. For a few nights each year, their suffering had meaning. Still, everyday life was less forgiving. Greek law gave husbands near total control over their wives. Infidelity by a man was shrugged off as natural. Infidelity by a woman could result in exile or execution. Hera's persecution of Zeus's lovers, then, wasn't divine madness. It was the logic of a society where betrayal was a one-way privilege. Her fury was the fury of every woman bound to an unfaithful husband, but forbidden to leave him. Even goddesses who avoided marriage paid a price. Artemis vowed eternal virginity to protect her independence, but that meant solitude. Athena, born from Zeus's head, remained untouched and unemotional, brilliant but isolated. The Greeks could imagine powerful women, but only if they were removed from the realm of love and family. Power and affection, in their eyes, could not coexist. Every Greek household reenacted these divine dramas in miniature. The husband ruled as Zeus ruled, commanding order and demanding respect. The wife, like Hera, managed the home with quiet efficiency and occasional well-placed fury. The home was her Olympus, limited in reach but absolute within its walls. And if harmony was impossible, at least endurance could be divine. Euripides captured it perfectly in Medea, when his heroine says, "Of all creatures that have life and reason, we women are the most miserable." The audience laughed nervously, but they understood. Marriage, for all its hymns and sacrifices, was a slow negotiation between survival and submission. It's tempting to read these myths as pure tragedy, but the Greeks didn't think that way. They saw balance in everything, even misery. Hera's jealousy kept Zeus in check. Persephone's absence made the world fertile. Their suffering maintained cosmic order. It was, in its grim way, productive. And perhaps that's the point. In Greek thought, women's endurance was not weakness. It was structure. They held the fragile seams of the universe together, while the men, mortal or divine, threw lightning bolts and started wars. Hera kept Olympus functioning. Persephone kept the seasons turning. Without them, chaos. So when a Greek bride walked beneath her veil, leaving her mother's house, she wasn't just entering marriage. She was stepping into a myth already written for her. Half Hera, half Persephone, expected to endure the storms and keep the hearth burning. The myths told her this was divine order. But hidden between their lines, another truth hums quietly. That even gods built their power on the patience of women. In Greek mythology, saying no was rarely an option for women, mortal or divine. The gods were not accustomed to rejection. They were used to praise, obedience, and the occasional sacrifice of livestock, but not the word no. And when they heard it, they took it rather personally. The myths of Daphne and Syrinx are perfect examples of what happened when a woman's refusal collided with divine desire. Daphne's story begins, as many do, with an argument between gods. Apollo, the golden archer, had mocked Eros, the young god of love, for playing with weapons that were, in Apollo's words, fit only for war. Eros, ever sensitive to criticism, decided to teach him a lesson. He fired 2 arrows, one tipped with gold, to inflame love, the other with lead, to repel it. The golden one struck Apollo. The leaden one struck Daphne, a river nymph sworn to virginity. The result was chaos. Apollo burned with love, while Daphne was filled with aversion. The more he pursued, the faster she ran. Ovid's version, written centuries later, gives the chase an almost cinematic rhythm. The god's footsteps gaining ground, the nymph's breath catching, her hair streaming like a banner of desperation. She prayed to her father, the river god Peneus, to save her. He answered in the only way possible. By transforming her into a laurel tree, her limbs stiffened. Her hair became leaves. Her skin turned to bark. Apollo arrived too late. He could only embrace the tree, whispering to it promises that he would make her his sacred symbol from then on. Laurel crowned the victors of games and poets, forever bound to a woman who said no. It's an unsettling story, told with the beauty of poetry, but the logic of possession. Daphne's transformation is both punishment and escape. She survives, but only by ceasing to be human. The message is clear enough. Defiance carries a price, even when it's justified. The same pattern repeats in the tale of Syrinx, another nymph dedicated to chastity, this time pursued by Pan. the half-goat god of wild places. When she fled from him, she reached the edge of a river and called upon the water nymphs to hide her. They transformed her into a cluster of reeds. When Pan arrived, he sighed through the reeds and found that the wind produced a haunting melody. Delighted, he cut several and fashioned them into the syrinx, or panpipe, which bore her name forever. It's an oddly poetic ending. The pursuer rewarded, the pursued immortalized through loss. Syrinx's voice remains, but only as music created by the breath of her hunter. It's the gentlest tragedy imaginable, yet it hums with something cruel. The way women's suffering is turned into art, their silence into decoration, these stories, repeated for generations, weren't meant to horrify. They were moral instruction wrapped in beauty. They taught men that desire was natural and divine, and women that resistance was futile but noble if it ended quietly. The chase was a metaphor for courtship, exaggerated by gods and softened for mortals. But behind the metaphor, the pattern was disturbingly real. In classical Athens, a woman's refusal held little power. Marriage, as we saw earlier, was arranged by men. If a woman refused, she risked disgrace or punishment. Even in plays, the most rebellious heroines, Antigone, Medea, Electra, pay with exile or death. Refusal, in myth and in law, was rebellion against the natural order. Apollo's pursuit of Daphne also reflects a Greek fascination with the boundaries between human and divine, control and freedom. The god of reason, poetry, and medicine, symbols of civilization, is undone by irrational love. His failure suggests that even divine order crumbles in the face of desire. But the one who pays the cost of his enlightenment is Daphne. Her transformation becomes a symbol of poetic triumph for him, not survival for her. The laurel wreath that poets later wore was, in essence, a crown of consent denied. Historians of myth point out how these stories mirrored everyday life. In ancient Greek vase paintings, pursuits between gods and nymphs were common motifs. They weren't treated as crimes, but as rituals of attraction. A woman running was erotic. A woman standing still was submissive. The art reinforced what the myths proclaimed. Pursuit and possession were part of the natural order, sanctioned by Olympus itself. Yet within that same art, something else emerges, the beauty of resistance. Daphne's outstretched hands, frozen mid-transformation, are tragic but powerful. Syrinx's reeds, trembling with sound, carry her voice further than her body ever could. The artists might not have intended it, but in preserving their suffering, they also preserved their defiance. Greek religion was full of these contradictions. It worshipped feminine divinity, goddesses of wisdom, harvest and childbirth, yet treated mortal women as secondary beings. It celebrated female chastity while populating the heavens with predatory gods. The myths were a way of containing that tension, turning fear of female independence into stories that ended safely, with silence, transformation, or marriage. But there's something else beneath the surface. The Greeks understood that power and desire often destroy each other. The gods' endless chases are rarely triumphant. When they catch what they pursue, the result is ruin, for Io, Leda, Callisto, or countless others. Desire in myth is a force of chaos that the gods can't control, and women become its victims and symbols. Still, these stories persisted because they spoke to human truth. Rejection, longing, and loss are universal experiences, and the Greeks turned them into eternal shapes. Daphne becomes the tree, Syrinx the instrument, their bodies transformed into the materials of art and ritual. Even as their freedom vanished, their presence lingered. Laurel-crowned heroes, the panpipe sang through fields. Their defiance, though punished, shaped culture itself. In the mortal world, women found small ways to echo that defiance. Some participated in secret festivals of Artemis, the virgin goddess who punished those who violated her sanctuaries. Others invoked Hecate, goddess of boundaries and crossroads, protector of those who moved unseen. Within the domestic confines of Greece, mythology gave women a private vocabulary of rebellion, symbols and stories that whispered solidarity across generations. Daphne's story, after all, is not about defeat alone. Her transformation, though tragic, halts the god in his tracks. She forces Apollo to reckon with his own arrogance. In Ovid's telling, he mourns her loss. And for the first time, the immortal feels something like regret. The laurel he claims as his symbol also becomes his reminder. The sound of leaves rustling in the wind is her refusal, eternally repeated. Pan's music carries a similar irony. The sound he loves most, the gentle sigh of the reeds, is born of a woman's escape. The beauty he creates depends on the loss he caused. That's the paradox that runs through all Greek mythology. Creation born of destruction, art rising from pain. For the Greeks, such paradoxes were comfortable. They explained the world through opposites: love and hate, order and chaos, life and death. Women especially were made to embody that balance, nurturing and dangerous, pure and tempting, victim and cause. The myths didn't try to resolve the contradictions. They simply sang about them endlessly. If there's any comfort in these tales, it's that the women remembered, Daphne, Syrinx, Io, and others, all found a form of permanence. They became part of nature itself, trees, rivers, constellations. The gods could chase them, but they could not erase them. Their stories remind us that resistance, even when it fails, leaves a mark. And perhaps that's the quiet message buried inside these myths, that saying no, even to a god, matters. That refusal, even when punished, becomes its own kind of immortality. So when we see laurel leaves swaying in the breeze, or hear the sigh of pipes across a valley, perhaps we're hearing them still, the women who said no, and were transformed but never truly silenced. In Greek mythology, being beautiful was less a blessing than an invitation for disaster. To be clever was risky. To be both was fatal. The ancient poets had an uncanny habit of turning gifted women into warnings. Stories told not for admiration but for obedience. If Hera and Persephone showed how women were controlled through marriage, then Medusa and Arachne show what happened when they stood out at all. Medusa's tale begins long before she became the snake-haired monster of legend. In the earliest versions, she was simply a beautiful mortal, a priestess in the temple of Athena. Her hair, the poets say, was her crowning glory, so radiant that it tempted gods themselves. Poseidon, lord of the sea, noticed her one day and pursued her into Athena's temple. What happened inside varies depending on who's telling it, but all versions end the same way. Athena discovers them and punishes Medusa, not Poseidon. It's the oldest story in the world, isn't it? The man commits the act, the woman bears the consequence. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic war, turns her priestess into a gorgon, a creature with serpents for hair and a gaze that turns men to stone. In some later versions, this punishment is framed as protection. Athena gives Medusa a way to defend herself from further harm. But the earliest poets are less generous. To them, Medusa's transformation is divine retribution, a beauty that crossed its boundary and had to be destroyed. From then on, Medusa lives in exile, isolated at the edge of the world. Her face becomes a symbol of terror, carved onto shields and temples to ward off evil. She's the monster beneath civilization, the face men fear and women recognize. When Perseus finally kills her, with Athena's help of course, he does so by looking into a mirror, not directly. The hero's victory depends on refusing to meet her eyes. It's hard not to read symbolism into that. The male hero can only conquer the female threat by refusing to see her as human. What's strange, though, is how much sympathy, later, Greeks began to feel for her. By the classical period, artists started depicting Medusa not as hideous, but sorrowful, wide-eyed, beautiful, tragic. Even in death, she gave life. From her severed neck sprang Pegasus, the winged horse beauty punished, creativity born from violence. The Greek imagination could never resist that combination. Arachne's story follows a similar pattern, only this time the fatal gift is not beauty, but skill. A mortal woman from Lydia. She was an unrivaled weaver, so talented that people claimed Athena herself must have taught her. Arachne denied it. Her art, she insisted, was her own. Pride, said the poets. Confidence, said anyone who's ever been accused of arrogance for being good at something, Athena descended to test her, disguised as an old woman, and warned her to show humility. Arachne refused. She challenged the goddess to a contest. Both set up their looms, and the sound of weaving filled the hall. The rhythm of thread against thread. Like the heartbeat of creation itself, Athena's tapestry showed the gods in all their glory, thrones and thunderbolts and divine order. Arachne's depicted the same gods committing every sin imaginable. Zeus disguising himself to seduce women, Poseidon's conquests, Apollo's deceptions. The message was unmistakable. Arachne's work was flawless, perfect in fact, too perfect. Athena could find no fault in the weaving, so she tore it apart in rage. Arachne, humiliated, tried to hang herself. The goddess, half regretful, transformed her into a spider so she could weave forever. Like Medusa, Arachne becomes immortal, not through triumph, but through punishment. Her skill is recast as servitude. Her art, once bold enough to expose divine hypocrisy, is reduced to an endless cycle of spinning silk. Even today, spiders still weave, endlessly repeating her defiance in miniature. Both myths reveal something uncomfortable about the Greek worldview. The gods tolerated women who obeyed, but not women who excelled. Beauty invited envy. Skill provoked wrath. The moral was clear: know your place. Yet in recording these myths, the Greeks also preserved a record of admiration. The storytellers might condemn Medusa and Arachne, but they couldn't erase the power that made them dangerous in the first place. It's tempting to see Athena as cruel, but her role is more complicated. She herself was a woman who succeeded only by rejecting traditional femininity, born from Zeus's head, armoured and celibate. She was the exception that proved the rule. Intelligence and independence were acceptable only if stripped of softness, motherhood, or desire. Arachne, by contrast, embodied all that Athena had abandoned: creativity, confidence, artistry. The goddess couldn't destroy her without destroying something of herself. The myth also reflects a historical reality. In ancient Greece, women were skilled artisans, weaving, dyeing, spinning. But their labour was confined to the household their art was valuable, yet invisible. To claim it publicly, as Arachne did, was unthinkable. The loom was both their tool and their prison. When Arachne dared to display her work as equal to divine craft, she crossed from private virtue to public audacity. And in Greek thought, public audacity was a man's right alone. Similarly, Medusa's story mirrors ancient fears of female sexuality and power. The Gorgon's gaze petrifies, quite literally freezes, men who meet it. Scholars often read this as symbolic castration, the ultimate fear of the male ego in mythic form. The Greeks adorned their armour and temples with her image precisely because she embodied what they feared. Feminine power unchecked, beauty that destroyed rather than served. Even the use of her head as a talisman is revealing. Perseus carries it in a bag, Athena mounts it on her shield, the power of a woman, weaponized by men and gods. Her gaze is safe only when contained, her strength useful only once decapitated. Yet somehow, Medusa's image outlasted them all. By the 5th century BCE, her face appeared on coins across the Greek world. She became a symbol of protection, not fear, a guardian, a ward against evil. It was as if the culture that had punished her could not stop itself from relying on her. That duality runs through much of Greek religion. What is feared is also revered. There is a quiet pattern here. The Greeks built an entire pantheon of female figures defined by transgression. Pandora opened the jar. Persephone wandered too far from home. Medusa was too beautiful. Arachne too skilled. Each time, punishment reinforced the rules of a patriarchal cosmos. But each story also carried a trace of rebellion. Women who refused to be small, whose defiance echoed long after their bodies were changed. In art, these myths became allegories for order and chaos. Medusa's head decorated the shield of Athena Parthenos, sculpted by Phidias. Glittering in gold and ivory, Arachne's web appeared on pottery, fine and precise, drawn by male artists who likely never wove a thread themselves. Their myths reminded women of their boundaries, even as they immortalized them for crossing them. There's irony in that, the same kind the Greeks loved. Every punishment for female pride produced a form of permanence. Every silencing became a monument. And when you think about it, both Medusa and Arachne achieved something none of their male counterparts did. Heroes die, monsters endure. Arachne's web still glistens in morning dew. Medusa's face still gazes from shields, coins, and stories told thousands of years later. In a world that demanded modesty, they became eternal precisely by refusing to stay modest. Their stories may have been written as warnings, but they survive as a kind of reluctant admiration, tributes to women whose power couldn't be erased, only reshaped. So the next time you brush away a spider's web, or see the spiral of a snail shell, consider it a small echo of that ancient defiance. A thread spun in protest, a reminder that even in a world built to punish, creation finds a way to persist. And perhaps, somewhere on the edge of myth, Medusa still stands guard. Not as a monster, but as a woman who dared to exist too vividly in a world that wanted her dimmed. In Greek mythology, loyalty was sacred, but only when it belonged to a woman. Men could roam, conquer, or take detours involving goddesses. Women were expected to wait quietly, spinning patience into virtue of fidelity, like most moral ideals in antiquity, was a one-way contract. The Greeks imagined marriage as a fortress, guarded by women but ruled by men. Within its walls, a wife's honour was everything. Outside it, a man's wandering was almost expected. No pair demonstrates this double standard better than Penelope and Clytemnestra, two queens whose husbands went to war, and whose stories became opposite lessons in the same patriarchal scripture. Penelope, wife of Odysseus, begins her vigil when he leaves for the Trojan War. The war itself lasts 10 years. Odysseus' journey home, another 10. 2 decades, long enough for their infant son Telemachus to grow into manhood, and for the rest of Ithaca to assume the king was dead. Suitors swarm her palace, greedy for her throne and her beauty. They drink Odysseus' wine, slaughter his livestock, and boast that one of them will soon be her new husband. Penelope responds not with sword or speech, but with the quiet cunning of endurance. She tells the suitors she must first finish weaving a funeral shroud for her father-in-law, Laertes. Every day she weaves, and every night she secretly unravels it. A masterclass in delay, not resistance exactly, but the art of survival through subtle deceit. For 3 years her trick works. When it's finally exposed, she invents another ruse. She'll marry whoever can string Odysseus' bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads. It's an impossible task. Only one man can do it. The man she suspects is standing right there, disguised as a beggar. When he does, and the arrow whistles through the room, she knows her waiting is over. The Odyssey treats this moment as triumphal. Order restored, the faithful wife rewarded, the deceitful suitors punished. Yet beneath the poetry lies a quiet cruelty. Penelope's virtue is measured not by happiness, but by endurance. She's praised not for living, but for waiting. For 2 decades, her loyalty is both her armour and her cage. The ancient Greeks adored her. Homer calls her circumspect, wise, and flawless among women. In Valse paintings, she sits beside her loom, eyes lowered, the perfect image of restraint. She became the moral compass for Greek wives, industrious, silent, endlessly patient. To be a Penelope was to be ideal. Odysseus, meanwhile, is sleeping with immortals, Circe, Calypso. Perhaps others the poets politely omit. He cries about missing home in the mornings, then spends the afternoons in leisurely captivity, yet none of that stains his heroism. The double standard is baked into the myth. A man's curiosity is adventure. A woman's curiosity is betrayal. The Greeks were practical about such matters. Male infidelity was a civic inconvenience. Female infidelity was a crisis. If a man strayed, his wife's duty was to forgive him and preserve the household. If a woman strayed, she risked death. The logic was economic, not emotional. Purity guaranteed legitimate heirs, and heirs guaranteed inheritance. Fidelity was about property as much as love. Which brings us to Clytemnestra, the other queen left behind when the fleet sailed for Troy. Her husband, Agamemnon, faced an obstacle before he even left Greece. The winds had died at Aulis, stranding his army. The oracle told him that Artemis demanded a sacrifice, his daughter Iphigenia. And so, with the cold pragmatism of a general, Agamemnon summoned his child under the pretense of marriage and slaughtered her instead. The winds returned, the fleet sailed. Clytemnestra stayed behind with grief, rage, and an empty house. 10 years passed. When Agamemnon finally returned, triumphant from Troy and dragging home the enslaved princess Cassandra as his concubine, his wife greeted him with feigned sweetness. She spread crimson tapestries at his feet, a gesture that seemed honorific, but to Greek ears was ominous. Only gods walked on red cloth. He entered his palace like a sacrifice, walking to the altar. Once inside, she drew a net around him as he bathed and struck him down with an axe. Aeschylus describes it almost tenderly. Twice I struck him, and with a third blow, a prayer. Her act was ritual, not frenzy. She killed him for Iphigenia, for Cassandra, for every silent woman bound by obedience to the Greek imagination. This was unthinkable. Not because of murder, the gods did that often, but because of who committed it. A wife killing her husband inverted the natural order. Clytemnestra was branded anaphonos, manslayer, as though she had crossed genders by crossing authority. Her punishment was inevitable. Her son Orestes would kill her to restore the patriarchal line, and the gods themselves would applaud. In literature, she became the perfect villain to Penelope's perfect saint. Penelope's fidelity upheld society. Clytemnestra's vengeance shattered it. One woman wove order, the other unspooled it. And yet, the two are strangely alike. Both are intelligent, strategic, and entirely alone. Both act within the narrow limits of the home, one manipulating the loom, the other the household's rituals. The difference lies only in their outcomes. One preserves her husband's legacy, the other erases it. For the Greeks, this dichotomy wasn't accidental. It was a moral geometry. One woman to represent ideal obedience, another to embody the horror of rebellion. They needed both to define the line between virtue and chaos. Still, even the tragedians couldn't ignore Clytemnestra's logic. Aeschylus gives her a voice more eloquent than any man's. "I killed him," she declares. "With justice he sacrificed our child." Her speech is measured, rational, almost legal. It's the voice of someone who understands the law well enough to know it was never written for her. Her story ends, as it must, in her death. Her son Orestes kills her on Apollo's command and is tried by a court in Athens, the first trial in mythic history. The jury splits evenly, and Athena casts the deciding vote for acquittal. The mother is not the true parent, she argues. The father is the seed, the mother the soil. It's one of the earliest philosophical defences of patriarchy ever recorded. A divine verdict enshrining the hierarchy of blood and gender. And so, Clytemnestra's rebellion ends in the founding of law itself. Her death marks the beginning of the Greek legal system. And, fittingly, women are silenced in the process. The contrast between Penelope and Clytemnestra ripples through Greek thought for centuries. One is remembered for loyalty so perfect it borders on denial. The other for vengeance so complete it borders on justice. Together, they form a mythology of female response. Two ways to live within impossible constraints. It's worth noting that both stories are domestic dramas, not epics of war or conquest. The action takes place inside homes, around hearths, at looms, in baths. Greek men ruled cities and seas. Greek women ruled silence and memory. Myth made that rule eternal. But art has a way of softening its own morals. Later poets and painters began to sympathise with both women. Penelope's patience became less about duty and more about intellect. Her weaving a game of strategy. Her waiting an act of quiet control. Clytemnestra, meanwhile, evolved into a tragic figure. Not wicked, but weary. By the Hellenistic era, playwrights portrayed her as the embodiment of grief turned to justice. Even her name, derived from Kletos Menesteros, renowned suitor, reminds us that she was forever bound to the men who defined her. In the end, the two queens mirror each other perfectly. Penelope sustains the world through stillness. Clytemnestra remakes it through chaos. Both expose the double standard at the heart of Greek morality, that women were praised for endurance, but punished for action. And perhaps that's why they still linger in memory. Penelope's patience feels impossible, Clytemnestra's anger inevitable. Between them lies the entire spectrum of what it meant to be a woman in Greek myth. Waiting, suffering, and daring, all under the watchful eye of gods who never had to wait for anything at all. In Greek mythology, royal daughters rarely got the endings promised to them. Princesses were beautiful, obedient, and, most importantly, expendable. Their worth lay not in their happiness, but in their usefulness. A father could trade them, sacrifice them, or chain them to a rock, and still be praised for his virtue. To be a princess in myth was to live at the intersection of glory and cruelty, the place where men's ambitions met the gods' demands. The Greeks never pretended this was fair, they simply called it fate. Take Iphigenia, for instance, the daughter of King Agamemnon and Queen Clytemnestra. Her father was leader of the Greek armies sailing to Troy, but before the ships could leave the bay at Aulis, the winds died. The army was trapped, restless and mutinous. The seer Calchas declared that Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was angry. The only way to appease her was to sacrifice Iphigenia. The reason: Agamemnon had once offended Artemis by boasting of his hunting skill or killing one of her sacred deer, details that hardly matter when a god's pride is involved. The moral calculus was simple: one daughter for 10,000 soldiers. Agamemnon hesitated, then obeyed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis with the promise of marriage to Achilles, a royal match fit for a princess. But when she arrived, there was no wedding. There was an altar. The poets tell us that she walked to it calmly, perhaps believing the lie until the last moment. Some say Artemis took pity and replaced her with a deer at the final instant, whisking the girl away to serve as her priestess in Tauris. Others say the knife fell. Whichever version one believes, the result is the same. Iphigenia disappears so that history can begin. The ships sail, the war starts, the men earn their glory. Her story becomes the preface to the Iliad, the quiet sacrifice buried beneath the epic's heroism. In tragedy, her ghost haunts the narrative. Her death, or rescue, drives everything that follows. It fuels Clytemnestra's vengeance, Agamemnon's downfall, Orestes' madness. Iphigenia herself becomes a concept rather than a person. The innocent life that must be lost so that civilization can move forward. For the Greeks, this logic felt natural. Sacrifice was a civic duty, an exchange between mortals and gods. Yet when a young girl stood on the altar, the poets couldn't help but see something human break through the ritual. Euripides gives Iphigenia a voice, and she uses it to forgive her father. "I give my life for Greece," she says. The line is noble, almost patriotic, but one can sense the bitterness beneath it. Her submission makes the audience uneasy, because it is not faith they are witnessing, but resignation. Andromeda's story is no gentler. She, too, is a princess, daughter of King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia of Ethiopia. Her mother, in a moment of vanity, boasts that Andromeda is more beautiful than the Nereids, the sea nymphs beloved of Poseidon. The god, deeply offended on their behalf, sends a sea monster to ravage the coast. When Cepheus consults the oracle, he's told that only the sacrifice of his daughter will save the kingdom. And so, Andromeda is chained naked to a rock by the sea, awaiting death. Her parents watch from the cliffs, sobbing into their robes. The people gather, powerless. Out of the sky, of course, comes Perseus, fresh from slaying Medusa. Armed with a reflective shield and an overdeveloped sense of timing, he spots the girl, hears her story, and slays the monster. He marries her on the spot. Everyone cheers. It's one of Greek mythology's favourite tropes. The damsel rescued at the last moment by the hero, but the story's deeper meaning is hard to ignore. Andromeda's body, like Iphigenia's, is currency. Her beauty brings divine punishment. Her sacrifice brings salvation. Her marriage seals the bargain. Even her rescue is another transaction. Perseus saves her not because she asked him to, but because she was there to be claimed. In Greek art, Andromeda's rescue became a popular scene. The maiden bound to a rock, the monster surging from the waves, the hero descending in shining armour. Yet in none of those images does she move. She's the still point in the chaos, the symbol of beauty caught between gods and men. The moral behind both myths is disturbingly consistent. When the gods are displeased, it's the young women who pay. When the kingdom falters, it's the daughter who's offered up. When the hero triumphs, it's the princess who legitimizes him. Female innocence becomes the raw material for male redemption. But to the Greeks, these were not tales of cruelty. They were tales of order. Iphigenia's death restores the wind. Andromeda's ordeal restores balance to the sea. The sacrifice of the few for the many was the foundation of Greek morality. Yet their poets, ever more sensitive than their philosophers, seem to sense the cost Euripides, in particular, gave these princesses interior lives. His Iphigenia doesn't simply die. She questions, doubts, and grieves. His Andromeda, though lost to us, likely did the same historically. The logic of sacrifice wasn't just mythic. In ancient Greece, daughters were considered part of a family's wealth. They could be offered in marriage, temple service, or symbolic rites to secure favour from the gods. In Sparta, baby girls deemed weak were abandoned. In Athens, unwanted infants were exposed at the city's edge. Sacrifice in one form or another was a cultural constant. Yet there's another layer beneath the tragedy, a strange kind of immortality. Iphigenia reappears in later plays alive, serving as a priestess in a foreign land. Her memory intact but her homeland lost. She helps her brother escape, defying the very gods who once demanded her death. In that act, she reclaims her narrative. She is no longer a victim, but an agent of mercy. Andromeda, too, survives. She bears Perseus several children, founds dynasties, and after death becomes a constellation. Even in the stars, she remains chained. But her position in the heavens transforms her suffering into permanence. She shines forever between her husband Perseus and the sea monster Cetus, a cosmic reminder of what it costs to please the gods. The Greeks, for all their fatalism, understood the poetry of transformation. When a mortal suffers unjustly, they don't vanish, they ascend. Trees, rivers, stars, all full of women who died beautifully. It's a consolation that never quite disguises the cruelty. The myths of Iphigenia and Andromeda tell us much about how the ancient world balanced its conscience. They admired innocence, but only when it served a purpose. They loved beauty, but only when it obeyed. Both princesses demonstrate that virtue in Greek thought was not rewarded with freedom, but with survival on someone else's terms. And yet, something endures in their stillness. Iphigenia's final calm, Andromeda's patient silence. Both carry a quiet strength. They represent not consent, but endurance. The Greeks may have written them as victims, but they resonate now as witnesses, young women who looked directly into the machinery of divine cruelty and did not cry out. When we look up at the night sky and see Andromeda, or when we read Iphigenia's speech before the altar, we sense the faint rebellion in their submission. Their myths tried to teach obedience, but their echoes teach something else. That innocence, even when powerless, forces the world to remember, and perhaps that's the truest legacy of the Greek princess. Sacrificed, silenced, but never erased. The winds still blow from Aulis, and the sea still stirs beneath the stars. Somewhere in those movements, the voices of Iphigenia and Andromeda linger, soft, steady, and unforgotten. In Greek mythology, when a woman wept too long, or mourned too fiercely, she stopped being a woman at all. She became a monster. The ancients, who feared female sorrow as much as female anger, turned grief into something grotesque. And so the stories of Lamia, Echidna, and others like them were born. Women who lost too much, felt too deeply, and were punished for it by being made eternal reminders of what happens when pain refuses to stay quiet. Lamia's story begins as a tragedy, though you might not guess it from how she's usually remembered. Later storytellers painted her as a ghoul, half-serpent, child-devouring, haunting the night. But before the monster, there was a mother. Lamia was once a Libyan queen, favoured by Zeus for her beauty and wit. They had children together, bright, laughing, divine-blooded children, and that was the problem. Hera, queen of the gods, was not known for forgiveness. She hunted Lamia's children down one by one. Every infant killed was another piece of the woman's mind torn away. When none were left, Hera cursed Lamia further. She would never again find rest. Her eyes would remain open forever, unable to sleep, forced to remember every loss. In some versions, Zeus granted her the power to remove her eyes, to ease her torment. A small, twisted mercy. Driven mad by grief, Lamia wandered the earth. The poet said her tears turned the ground to salt, her breath soured the air. She began to steal other people's children, cradling them for a moment before devouring them. An endless loop of motherhood and mourning. To the Greeks, she was a warning to mothers. Do not weep too loudly. Do not challenge divine will. Do not let grief become rage. But beneath the horror, her story trembles with pity. She was not born a monster. She was made one by loss too vast for mortal boundaries. Echidna, meanwhile, was never innocent at all. At least not in the eyes of mythology, half woman, half serpent. She was the mother of nearly every great beast that plagued the ancient world. Cerberus, the Hydra, the Chimera, the Sphinx. Her mate was Typhon, a fire-breathing giant whose 100 heads screamed in unison. Together they produced the nightmares that heroes were destined to slay. But Echidna's role was stranger than simple villainy. She lived in a deep cave between the worlds of the living and the dead, the threshold of things the Greeks imagined her as part of the earth itself, the raw fertility of nature personified. She was dangerous not because she was evil, but because she was uncontrollable. Her womb was the source of chaos, a reminder that creation and destruction were twins. In some fragments, Echidna is described as beautiful from the waist up, a woman with long hair and clear eyes, and monstrous below the split body tells its own story. Half civilization, half wildness. She is what the Greeks feared most, the ungoverned power of nature clothed in the form of a woman, even her children, though monstrous, serve a purpose. Heroes need monsters. Without her offspring, Heracles, Perseus, and Theseus would have had no glory to win, no songs to be sung. She is the quiet engine of myth itself, the mother of every challenge a man must conquer to prove himself. The Greeks didn't invent the idea of monstrous motherhood. They inherited it from Babylonian Tiamat to Egyptian serpent goddesses. The ancient world often imagined chaos as feminine. In Greece, that idea took on a moral tone. A mother's love, once broken, became unnatural. Her power to give life turned into the power to take it. The same womb that nourished could devour, yet, for all their fear, the Greeks couldn't quite look away. Lamia and Echidna both fascinated them because they blurred boundaries. They were not simply villains, but mirrors. Distorted reflections of the society that made them women were expected to nurture quietly, to weep privately, to fade gracefully into myth once their usefulness was spent. These figures refused. They grieved so loudly that the gods themselves had to silence them by transforming them into legends. Lamia's transformation into a nocturnal predator was both punishment and preservation. To the living, she was terror, the creature who stole children in the dark. To the poets, she was something else, a woman too haunted to die. Some even said she prowled the night, searching for her lost children's souls, not to harm them, but to hold them again. Over time, her image changed. The Hellenistic poets made her seductive, the vampire of Greek lore, dangerous but desirable. That transformation says more about the culture than about her grieving women frightened men. Seductive monsters, they could understand. Echidna, by contrast, was treated with reluctant reverence. Hesiod calls her a dread monster, irresistible. But he never says she is wicked, she simply is. A natural force, neither good nor evil. When Zeus ordered her children to be slain, she hid the youngest deep in the earth, ensuring chaos would always have an heir. To the Greeks, she symbolized the truth they never quite admitted, that the world's order rests on a foundation of things untamed. Both Lamia and Echidna also reflect a quieter fear, the fear of female independence. Neither woman needs a man by her side. Lamia's relationship with Zeus destroys her life, yet she endures beyond him. A creature of her own making, Echidna lives alone in her cave, raising her brood in defiance of heaven. They are mothers without families, women who create outside the rules, that in Greek thought was almost worse than crime. In later centuries, their myths softened around the edges. Lamia became a figure of cautionary folklore, a spirit who punished the reckless and comforted the grieving mothers, whispered her name to frighten children into obedience. Scholars wrote about her in the same tone they used for eclipses and storms, natural disasters shaped like stories. Echidna, meanwhile, became more symbolic. Philosophers used her as a metaphor for the Earth's hidden depths, the womb of possibility beneath the surface of reason. Still, the pattern remained. Women's emotions, when too powerful, turned them monstrous. Love became fury. Grief became hunger. Strength became solitude. The irony, of course, is that the gods themselves behaved far worse. Zeus devoured his wife to avoid prophecy. Hera cursed mortals for her husband's crimes. Poseidon levelled cities out of pride. Yet none of them became monsters. Their violence was called divinity. Only women's pain demanded punishment. Perhaps that's why these myths lasted so long. The Greeks understood that suffering transforms. They saw in Lamia and Echidna the cost of feeling too much in a world that rewarded restraint. They feared that same transformation might lurk within every mortal heart, the moment when grief breaks its boundaries and becomes legend. Today, we might call Lamia a ghost story and Echidna a symbol, but to the ancient mind, they were warnings carved into the fabric of existence. They reminded people to respect balance, to fear excess, and above all, to distrust emotion that could not be controlled. Yet for all that, it's hard not to feel sympathy for them. Lamia's endless wandering feels less like punishment and more like endurance. Echidna's cave is not a prison, but a sanctuary, a place where the world's rejects are born into power. The Greeks claimed that every monster carried a moral, but sometimes the monsters tell the truer story, that behind every myth of horror lies a woman who loved too deeply, or lost too much, and refused to disappear. So when the poet spoke of Lamia's sleepless eyes, or Echidna's serpentine brood, they were really describing something universal. The persistence of grief, the way pain changes shape but never dies. In that sense, the mothers of monsters were not villains at all. They were the guardians of sorrow itself, the ones who remembered when everyone else chose to forget. And if you listen carefully on a still night, the Greeks would say, you might hear Lamia's sigh among the waves, or the rustle of Echidna's scales beneath the earth, not curses, but lullabies, songs for the children they once had, and for the ones they never got to keep. In Greek mythology, mortals were expected to know their place, and for women, that place was usually somewhere between obedience and silence. The gods ruled, the heroes fought, and women endured. But every now and then, a mortal woman did something unfashionable. She made a choice, she tested the rules. She dared to live as though her will mattered. And though the poets always found ways to punish her for it, they never quite managed to erase her. Two of these defiant women, Psyche and Atalanta, stand out. They are among the few in Greek myth who shape their own fates, even if the gods twist those fates into cautionary tales. Their stories are not about rebellion for rebellion's sake, but about the simple, radical act of being free. Psyche's name means soul, fitting, since her story is one of longing, curiosity, and transformation. She wasn't a goddess or a queen, just a mortal princess so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite in favour of her. It was, as you might imagine, a career-ending mistake. Aphrodite, furious at being upstaged, sent her son Eros, better known to us as Cupid, to make Psyche fall in love with something monstrous. But Eros, upon seeing her, accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow, and fell in love instead. The gods, it seemed, were as vulnerable to irony as to vanity. Eros spirited Psyche away to a hidden palace, where invisible servants waited on her, and a mysterious lover visited only in the dark. He warned her never to look upon his face. For a time she was content, but her sisters, visiting from afar, filled her head with suspicion. "He's a monster," they whispered. "He'll devour you." So one night Psyche lit a lamp and saw not a beast, but the most beautiful god she had ever beheld. Then, of course, a drop of oil fell from the lamp, waking him. Betrayed, he fled. The palace vanished, leaving Psyche alone in the cold. Her choice to seek the truth shattered the world that had been built around her, a metaphor so neat that even Freud would have blushed. Psyche's journey to win Eros back became a series of trials set by Aphrodite herself. She had to sort a mountain of mixed grains before sunset, fetch golden wool from murderous rams, and descend into the underworld to collect a box of divine beauty. Each task was impossible. Each one she survived through wit, kindness, and the occasional help of sympathetic gods. When she finally returned from the underworld, curiosity struck again. She opened the box, and found not beauty, but a death-like sleep. Eros, now forgiving, rescued her. Zeus himself took pity and granted her immortality. She became a goddess, her name forever bound to the soul's journey through suffering to understanding. It's a romantic story on the surface. The first fairy tale, some call it. But beneath the poetry lies something more subversive. Psyche is punished for curiosity, just as Pandora was. Yet unlike Pandora, she survives it. She's the rare Greek woman who acts, fails, and learns without being destroyed. The gods test her, but she transforms. In a culture where obedience was the ideal, her curiosity becomes not a sin, but a form of awakening. The myth is, in its quiet way, revolutionary. It imagines love as something earned, not imposed, a partnership tested by knowledge. Psyche's final union with Eros is not a reward for submission, but for persistence. She looked at what she wasn't meant to see, endured what she wasn't meant to bear, and came out stronger. Atalanta's story is sharper, less tender. Where Psyche wins love through trial, Atalanta wins freedom through defiance. She was a princess, abandoned at birth because her father wanted sons. A bear suckled her in the wilderness until hunters found and raised her. When she grew up, she refused to live as anyone's daughter or wife. She hunted with Artemis, ran swifter than any man, and declared that she would only marry whoever could outrun her. Those who failed would die. The suitors came anyway, men with more pride than sense. Each raced her, and each fell behind. The losers met their fate, as agreed. Atalanta became a legend, a woman who moved through the world like wind through the trees, beholden to no one. But inevitably, the gods interfered. Aphrodite, always alert to romantic imbalance, decided such independence couldn't last. She gave one suitor, Hippomenes, 3 golden apples. During the race, he dropped them one by one, distracting Atalanta with their glitter. Each time she paused to pick one up, he gained ground. In the end, he won. Atalanta married him, though her heart never quite seemed in it. The poets disagree on what came next. Some say they were happy, others that they were cursed. One version claims that, overcome by passion in a sacred temple, they offended the gods and were turned into lions. It's an oddly fitting end. 2 wild creatures, forever yoked, still powerful but no longer free. If Psyche's story is about curiosity punished, Atalanta's is about independence contained. Both women are too exceptional for their world, and the myths respond by absorbing their power into the divine order. Psyche becomes a goddess, safe, distant, married. Atalanta becomes an animal, tamed, transformed, eternal. Neither is allowed to remain wholly mortal, wholly woman. The Greeks admired such brilliance, but they couldn't let it remain human. The social reality behind these tales is familiar by now. Greek women had almost no legal autonomy. They couldn't vote, own property, or travel without permission. Their lives were defined by guardianship. First a father's, then a husband's. Even the word for wife, gyne, meant woman in the same breath. Independence for them was mythic by definition. That's what makes Atalanta so fascinating. She existed outside that structure, self-sufficient, strong, and unashamed. Her story appealed to the Greek imagination precisely because it was impossible. She embodied a freedom that had to be punished to make sense. The golden apples, small, glittering distractions, become symbols of the social lures that pull women back into the expected path. Marriage, obedience, containment. And yet, like Psyche, she endures. Even in defeat, she leaves an impression of strength. Her name lived on in Greek athletic competitions and later Roman poetry as a synonym for grace and speed. In a way, she outpaced the society that tried to slow her down. Both Psyche and Atalanta reveal the same contradiction running through Greek myth. Admiration laced with anxiety, the poets loved intelligent, capable women, but only as long as they could be turned into lessons. A woman could be clever. As long as her cleverness ended in marriage, she could be strong. As long as her strength led her back to the gods. But myths, like people, don't always behave. Over the centuries, both figures slipped free of their original morals. Psyche came to represent the human soul's ascent toward divine understanding, not a punishment for curiosity. Atalanta became a symbol of feminine strength, a reminder that self-worth need not depend on male approval. The stories designed to restrain them ended up liberating them instead. There's something almost poetic in that reversal, that the very myths built to warn women away from independence now serve as quiet tributes to it. Psyche's lamp still burns, a symbol of the desire to see, even when seeing hurts. Atalanta's footprints still mark the ground, a trace of motion that cannot be undone. To the Greeks, these women were exceptional, perhaps dangerous. To us, they seem simply alive, curious, restless, human. And in their flawed, courageous ways, they remind us that even in a world ruled by gods and heroes, the smallest act of defiance, a question, a race, a glance at a forbidden face, could change everything. In the Greek imagination, the gods were larger, louder, and infinitely more complicated versions of the mortals who worshipped them. They quarrelled, loved and lied, only on a grander scale. But two goddesses stood apart, Athena and Artemis. Both powerful, both revered, and both curiously detached from the world's usual entanglements of love and marriage. They were women who ruled by rejecting the very idea of womanhood as the Greeks understood it. It's one of the oldest contradictions in mythology, that the only way for a woman to hold power was to step entirely outside the realm of desire to lead. She had to be untouchable. To be wise, she had to be sexless. Athena and Artemis embodied this paradox perfectly. Admired by men, yet never belonging to them, Athena's birth alone set the tone. She didn't emerge from a mother at all, but from the forehead of Zeus himself. Fully grown, armoured, and shouting a battle cry that echoed through Olympus. It's an image that feels less like a birth than an idea taking shape. She was the ultimate creation of patriarchy. A woman made by a man, owing her existence to no female body. In one stroke, Zeus produced both daughter and heir, bypassing the maternal altogether. The Greeks adored her. She was the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and just war. The thinking soldiers' deity cities dedicated themselves to her, most famously Athens, which claimed her as its guardian. She was rational, where Ares was violent, disciplined, where Poseidon was impulsive. Yet her virtues were those the Greeks most prized in men: logic, restraint, courage. They loved Athena precisely because she behaved like a man. In myth, she consistently sides with male heroes. She advises Odysseus, teaches Perseus how to slay Medusa, helps Heracles in his labours. When Medusa's story is told, it's Athena who grants Perseus the mirrored shield. The very tool that turns her former priestess into a trophy, the goddess of wisdom, can be merciful, but she is rarely kind. Her loyalty is to order, not empathy, and that makes her deeply symbolic of her society. Ancient Athens, the city that bore her name, prided itself on democracy, but only for men. Women were excluded from politics, law, and public life, yet they worshipped Athena, a woman who could stride among the gods and speak her mind. Perhaps she offered them a kind of dream, not freedom, but reflection. A figure who proved intelligence was divine, even if it was forbidden. Her virginity was essential to that image. The Greeks called her Athena Parthenos, Athena the maiden. The great statue in the Parthenon showed her tall, calm, and invincible, with no trace of softness. She was the exception that kept the rule intact. As long as only one woman could be wise and free, the rest could stay safely confined. Artemis, on the other hand, ruled a very different domain. She was the goddess of the hunt, the wild, and the moon, twin sister to Apollo, and as fiercely independent as he was radiant. Where Athena represented civilization, Artemis embodied the wilderness. Untamed, unpredictable, and pure, she moved through forests with her nymphs, bow in hand, far from Olympus's feasts and intrigues. Like Athena, she swore to remain a virgin forever, but her chastity wasn't about intellect, it was about autonomy. Artemis wanted freedom, the right to run where she pleased, unclaimed by any man. Her vows were strict, and she enforced them brutally. The story of Actaeon is the best known. The hunter, wandering through the woods, stumbled upon Artemis bathing with her companions. She saw him before he could turn away, and in an instant transformed him into a stag. His own hounds tore him apart. The message was clear. Seeing a goddess without her consent was fatal. In another myth, she killed one of her own nymphs, Callisto, when the girl broke her vow after being tricked by Zeus. Mercy was not part of her creed. To the Greeks, Artemis represented a kind of paradoxical ideal. A woman powerful precisely because she rejected womanhood's traditional functions. She did not marry, did not bear children, did not compromise. Yet she was also goddess of childbirth, protecting mothers and infants. The duality is striking. The virgin who guards fertility, the untouched protector of the womb, she was both outside life and its guardian. In this, Artemis and Athena were mirrors of one another. Athena ruled the intellect. Artemis ruled the body. One turned emotion into strategy, the other turned nature into solitude. Both refused the roles assigned to mortal women, but in doing so, they reinforced them. For every mortal woman, they set impossible examples. Power without love, freedom without tenderness, authority bought by isolation. The cults that worshipped them reflected this tension. In Athens, girls participated in the Arctea, a festival for Artemis where they dressed as bears. Symbols of the wild feminine spirit, tamed through ritual. The ceremony marked their passage from childhood to marriageability. In honouring Artemis's virginity, they prepared for their own domestication likewise. Women praying to Athena before childbirth were invoking a goddess who would never experience it herself. The Greeks adored their contradictions. The divine was always both comfort and irony. The poets understood, too, that these goddesses represented an escape. one impossible for mortals but irresistible in imagination. Where Hera raged and Aphrodite schemed, Athena and Artemis remained unbent. They needed no man's love, no divine favour. In a world where women were possessions, they were owners of themselves. That made them divine, and also a little frightening. Even their tempers reflected this unease. Athena could curse the reckless, as she did Arachne. Artemis could slaughter mortals who offended her purity. Their anger was always righteous, yet their punishments were extreme. It was as if the myths whispered that independence, however admirable, was dangerous when wielded by women over time. Later cultures softened them. The Romans turned Athena into Minerva, a goddess of the arts and wisdom rather than war. Artemis became Diana, still a huntress but gentler, more maternal. Her arrows aimed at protection rather than vengeance, but the core paradox remained. Women's strength reimagined as chastity, their wisdom as detachment. And yet, within that restraint, something quietly powerful endures Athena's calm intelligence, Artemis's wild grace. They became templates for female autonomy centuries before such a thing could exist in real life. Their myths gave shape to an idea that Greek society itself could never allow, that a woman could define herself without reference to anyone else. Perhaps that's why they still fascinate us. In a pantheon of lovers and liars, Athena and Artemis stand apart, untouchable. They represent a kind of freedom that comes at a cost, a solitude as luminous as it is lonely. The Greeks saw in them both admiration and warning. Be pure, be strong, but never forget your place. Yet they never forgot them either. The temples of Athena crowned the city's highest hill. The moon of Artemis still ruled the night sky. Every torch lit to them was, knowingly or not, a prayer for self-possession, for the strength to think, to choose, to walk unafraid into the woods or the world, and not belong to anyone. Greek mythology, for all its beauty, was never a moral guidebook. It was a mirror, one polished bright enough to reflect the world exactly as it was, flaws and all. In that reflection, women appeared as both necessary and dangerous, adored and accused, celebrated and silenced. It was a mythology built not just to entertain, but to explain why the world, and particularly womanhood, was arranged the way it was. From the beginning, the Greeks cast womanhood as a cosmic complication. Pandora opened her jar and released suffering into the world. Helen's beauty burned cities. Clytemnestra's anger unravelled kingdoms. The pattern is easy to spot. The moment a woman acts, chooses, questions, or defies, the universe seems to tremble. To the ancients, this wasn't misogyny, it was order. The world made sense only when its hierarchy remained intact. Gods above men, men above women, reason above desire. The myths weren't invented to justify cruelty, they simply reflected it. A young Greek girl, sitting by a hearth, might hear the story of Persephone, and learn that disobedience leads to abduction. A young man, studying Homer, would hear of Penelope and learn that ideal womanhood means waiting quietly for a man to return. These tales slipped gently into education, religion, and everyday life, shaping what Greeks thought nature itself intended. In Athens, often praised as the cradle of democracy, women had no political voice. They could not own property, vote, or appear in court without a male guardian. Even their presence in public was restricted to festivals or funerals. The ideal Athenian woman was invisible, modest, obedient, silent. The myths reinforced that silence, cloaking it in divine approval. Hera's jealousy warned against emotional excess. Athena's discipline praised logic without empathy. Aphrodite's chaos cautioned against unrestrained beauty. Each goddess was an exaggerated virtue or vice. Examples, not individuals. And yet, paradoxically, these same myths immortalized the very women they feared: Pandora's curiosity, Medusa's defiance, Clytemnestra's rage, all condemned in their time, became the details that kept their stories alive. No one remembers the names of the faceless heroes who obeyed quietly. We remember the women who broke things. The ancient philosophers, for their part, were no more merciful. Aristotle described women as the incomplete male, colder in temperament, weaker in intellect, ruled by emotion rather than reason. Hesiod had already laid the groundwork centuries earlier, calling woman the beautiful evil, the necessary burden men must bear to continue their lineage. Even tragedy, that high art of empathy, often used female suffering as moral spectacle. Medea, Antigone, Electra, all punished for thinking, loving, or mourning too deeply. But beneath the cruelty runs something more complex. The Greeks understood that chaos was necessary for balance. Every orderly city needed its wild edges. Every rational god his unpredictable counterpart. Women filled that symbolic role. The human embodiment of nature, mystery, and emotion. The poets may have feared them, but they could not write a world without them. Take Athena, goddess of wisdom, born from Zeus's head. She is thought, logic, and discipline, the idealized masculine version of a woman. She proved that intellect can be divine, but only when stripped of desire. Artemis, the eternal huntress, embodies freedom, but at the price of isolation. The Greeks admired these goddesses precisely because they were exceptions, and exceptions confirm the rule. The mortal women of myth, however, reveal the cost of this admiration. Penelope's patience is heroic only because she has no other choice. Psyche's curiosity leads her through hell and back, but it begins as punishment. Even beauty, as in the case of Helen or Andromeda, is treated as a liability. To attract attention, divine or mortal, is to invite suffering. The myths made beauty and obedience into double-edged virtues. A woman's grace might elevate her family's honour, but it could also destroy entire kingdoms. Her silence kept peace at home, but her voice could spark a tragedy. The Greeks lived within those contradictions and seemed to find them comforting. Proof, perhaps, that the gods were as fickle and flawed as humans themselves. Still, the stories endure because they never settle for simplicity. Even when the women lose, their shadows remain. Medusa's severed head becomes a weapon against evil. Arachne's punishment ensures her art lives forever. Pandora's jar holds not only pain but also hope. Every supposed curse carries its own strange gift. The Greeks, perhaps unconsciously, created the first literary women too powerful to vanish completely. And those echoes have carried far. When the Roman poets reimagined the myths, they softened the edges but kept the hierarchies. Medieval Christianity reinterpreted them, merging Pandora with Eve, the first disobedient woman, forever blamed for curiosity. Renaissance painters adored the goddesses for their beauty, not their autonomy. And even today, echoes of their punishment stories remain in subtler ways. The temptress, the scorned woman, the mad wife. The costumes have changed, but the archetypes haven't. Yet there's something oddly triumphant in that endurance. Each retelling bends the myth a little more toward justice. Modern readers find power where the ancients saw danger. Medusa becomes not a monster, but a symbol of violated innocence reclaiming her strength. Pandora becomes the embodiment of curiosity and human spirit. Even Hera, long mocked for jealousy, is being reimagined as a goddess of resilience. A woman trying to maintain dignity in a world designed to humiliate her. The reinterpretation of these myths says as much about us as the originals did about them. Where the Greeks feared women's autonomy, we crave it. Where they prized silence, we seek voice. Their myths warned of chaos if women were free. Ours warn of stagnation if they are not. It's tempting to think of progress as a straight line, but perhaps it's more of a circle. Like the endless cycles of myth themselves. Every generation retells these stories, not to preserve their old morals, but to argue with them. Each time we name a hurricane, a spacecraft, or a piece of art after a goddess, we are quietly rewriting the narrative, reclaiming power from the punishment. Even in antiquity, some poets sensed this shift. Euripides, often called the women's poet, gave his heroines the best lines. The clearest reasoning Medea, wronged and vilified, still commands our sympathy. Antigone, defiant and doomed, speaks truth to power more eloquently than any general. The Greeks could not imagine equality, but they could imagine its ghosts. And so we return to the beginning. Pandora opening the jar, releasing sorrow and toil, but also hope. It's that final detail the Greeks couldn't quite erase. Hope remained trapped inside, waiting. Some translations suggest it's humanity's comfort. Others say it's the cruelest trick of all, the promise that suffering can be endured. Either way, it lingers stubbornly, like the women in these myths. For all their suffering, they endure. They cross centuries, languages, and philosophies, reshaping themselves in every age. They begin as scapegoats and end as symbols. They survived the temples, the philosophers, the centuries of misreading. And if the Greeks believed their myths were lessons in obedience, time has proved them wrong. What they wrote as warnings have become testaments to curiosity, courage, and the refusal to disappear. Pandora still opens the jar. Medusa still turns her gaze upon those who would silence her. Penelope still weaves. Clytemnestra still sharpens her blade. Athena still thinks. Artemis still runs. They are all still here, whispering through marble ruins and quiet pages, reminding us that history's cruelest stories can also be its most enduring forms of resistance. Because in the end, the Greeks may have given women 1,000 reasons to stay silent, but they also gave them immortality. Long before the name Medusa began to send a chill down the spine of listeners, there was a world in which monsters, gods, and mortals all mingled in stories passed from one Greek hearth to the next. To understand Medusa, one must first situate her in the peculiar imaginative landscape of the ancient Greeks, a people who looked at the world around them and saw not simply rivers and mountains, but divine personalities flowing and towering in those very forms. For them, the thunder was not an accident of clouds, but the booming voice of Zeus. The ocean was not merely salt and waves, but the body of Poseidon himself, rolling and surging in eternal mood swings. Now, to modern ears, this might sound rather dramatic, but the Greeks had a talent for dramatics. They invented theatre, after all. They found explanations for the baffling corners of existence in characters with elaborate family trees, most of whom had a penchant for affairs, grudges, and highly questionable parenting. It was in this crowded theatre of gods and monsters that the story of Medusa took shape. The Greeks often cast their monsters as symbols of the edges of human experience, those fearful realms just beyond civilization. Monsters were useful. They could be blamed for dangers lurking in forests or at sea. They could mark the limits of geography, warning sailors that beyond a certain headland lay chaos itself. So when you hear about a monster like Medusa, remember that she was not only a frightening tale told to make children behave, but also a sort of psychological landmark, a reminder of what lay beyond safety. To get there, however, we must go backwards in mythological genealogy. The Greeks loved genealogy with the same passion some families reserve for arguing about inheritances. Medusa, as you may know, was a Gorgon, but not the only one. She had two sisters, Steno and Euryale, who were immortal. Unlike Medusa, who rather unfairly was born mortal. Their parents were Phorcys and Ceto, a pair of primordial deities whose domain was the sea. Now these two are not exactly household names. They don't often appear in popular retellings, and if you were to invite them to dinner, you'd probably regret it, since Ceto's portfolio included sea monsters of every variety. One imagines awkward conversation over soup, but these genealogical details matter, for they show us how deeply woven into the fabric of the cosmos Medusa was supposed to be. She was not an isolated invention, but part of a lineage of beings representing the primal, terrifying face of nature. To the Greeks, the sea was as much a source of dread as it was of livelihood, and it is hardly surprising that the monsters born of Phorcys and Ceto should carry that aura of danger. What's interesting is that in the earliest Greek art and literature, the Gorgons were not the sort of creatures to inspire Gothic horror novels, but rather something far stranger. They were depicted with wide, grinning mouths, boars' tusks, protruding tongues, and sometimes even wings. If you've ever stumbled across one of those Gorgoneon masks, the stylized Gorgon heads carved on temples or shields, you might find them almost comical, with their bulging eyes and stuck-out tongues. They were meant to ward off evil, functioning as protective emblems. Rather like hanging up a beware of dog sign, only in this case the dog happens to petrify trespassers with a glance. Medusa's uniqueness among her sisters is that she alone was mortal. This narrative choice allowed for her eventual defeat at the hands of a hero. Because let's face it, Greek myths always had to give the heroes something dramatic to do. But in her earliest incarnations, she was not necessarily the tragic figure of later retellings. Instead, she was just another monster, part of the background noise of Greek mythology, appearing chiefly to be vanquished. As the centuries passed, however, the story became more complicated. Myths are rather like a recipe that is passed down generations, each cook adding a pinch of spice or a splash of wine, until the dish bears only a faint resemblance to the original. By the time the Roman poet Ovid was writing in his Metamorphoses, Medusa's backstory had developed into something more poignant. Ovid tells us that Medusa was once a beautiful maiden, admired for her flowing hair. So admired, in fact, that Poseidon himself could not resist her. Unfortunately, he chose to pursue her in the temple of Athena, an act which not only violated Medusa, but also desecrated the sacred space. Athena, not known for her soft-heartedness, punished Medusa rather than Poseidon, which does feel like the mythological equivalent of sending the wrong child to bed without supper. The cultural context here is important. To the Greeks, the violation of a temple was a serious offence, and in their moral logic, the defilement of a sacred place demanded retribution. It mattered less who did the deed and more that the space was dishonoured. Thus, Athena transformed Medusa into the monster we know. Hair of serpents, eyes whose gaze turned men to stone, a face so dreadful that none could look upon it and live. Now, if you pause here and imagine yourself an ancient Greek, you might understand the resonance of this transformation. Snakes, for example, were creatures of both fascination and fear. They shed their skins and thus symbolized renewal, but they also lurked unseen in grass, ready to strike. In mythology, snakes were often linked to chthonic, or underworld forces. To give Medusa a crown of writhing serpents was to mark her as belonging to the liminal space between life and death, beauty and horror, mortal and monstrous. One might also note with a faint smile that the Greeks seem to have a rather loose definition of fair punishment. Athena, rather than confronting her uncle Poseidon, the god of earthquakes, horses, and rather questionable decision-making, decided that the mortal woman would bear the brunt of the consequences. It is perhaps a reflection of the patriarchal structure of Greek society itself, in which women often bore punishment for circumstances well beyond their control. At this stage of the story, Medusa's fate seems sealed. She is no longer the admired maiden, but the feared creature. And yet, interestingly enough, the Greeks did not always treat her image with dread. As mentioned earlier, the Gorgoneion, her severed head, was placed on shields, breastplates, and temple walls. Even Athena, the very goddess who cursed her, bore her likeness on her aegis, that famous protective cloak. In a way, Medusa became a paradox, loathed and feared, yet also invoked for safety and protection. It is as though the very horror she represented could be flipped inside out and transformed into a power against evil. Before we arrive at Perseus, the golden boy destined to lop off Medusa's head, it's worth reflecting on how these myths functioned in everyday Greek life. For us, the story is a work of literature, something to be read in a quiet evening. For them, it was closer to a cultural operating system, guiding their rituals, their fears, their understanding of why the world was the way it was. The figure of Medusa, embodying both beauty and terror, punishment and protection, is a reminder of how comfortable the Greeks were with contradictions. They were not especially bothered by whether a story was morally fair or neatly logical. Myths were not sermons. They were mirrors of the untidy complexity of human life. And so, before Medusa becomes the victim of Perseus's heroics, before her head is swung about like an all-purpose divine weapon, we find her here, standing at the threshold between mortal beauty and monstrous terror. She is the creature of the edge, the guardian of the beyond. To some, a cautionary tale. To others, a symbol of resilience. To all, a face that could never quite be forgotten. If you imagine yourself in ancient Greece, perhaps reclining upon a couch with a cup of wine that may or may not have been watered down according to custom, you would likely hear stories told not in neat chapters, but in a kind of living, evolving web of tales. The myths did not exist as single definitive versions, the way we now expect from novels or films. Instead, each storyteller bent and shaped them according to audience, mood, or even political climate. So it is with Medusa, whose origins are stitched together from the fragments of poets, dramatists, and the wandering bards of a time when memory, not paper, carried knowledge. Her beginnings, however, are consistently linked to a family that might politely be described as eccentric. The Greeks were terribly fond of assigning parentage, even to their monsters. Nothing simply sprang into being without a proper genealogy. And so we return to Medusa's parents, Phorcys and Ceto. Phorcys, you see, was a primordial sea god, older than the Olympians, with the sort of unsettling presence one imagines when gazing into a deep trench where the light fails. His consort, Ceto, was a goddess equally maritime, but less in the way of serene waves and more in the way of squids, sea beasts, and creatures that made sailors regret ever leaving port. Together they populated the mythological seascape with offspring that make one rather grateful they belong firmly to the realm of imagination. Ladon, the 100-headed serpent, for instance, or Echidna, the so-called mother of monsters, who paired up with Typhon and gave us such memorable creations as Cerberus, the 3-headed hound, the Hydra with its many heads, and the Chimera, a sort of lion-goat-serpent ensemble that suggests the gods were sometimes careless with the cosmic glue. Amidst this menagerie, the Gorgons stand out as particularly fearsome. Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, the trio whose very name meant grim or dreadful. In early Greek art, they were shown with grotesque, wide grins, tusks protruding, and often with wings sprouting from their backs. Archaeologists have uncovered Gorgonean masks dating back to the 6th century BCE, placed on temples and shields as protective emblems. These images were less about telling Medusa's story and more about harnessing the raw fright she represented. Rather like hanging up a rather ugly gargoyle above your door, the idea was that ugliness itself could scare away misfortune. But within this family of horrors, Medusa was different. The myths consistently emphasized that she alone was mortal, which, if nothing else, was dramatically convenient for later poets who needed a monster that could, at last, be slain. The sisters Stheno and Euryale were invincible, but Medusa was vulnerable. To the Greek mind, this made her both tragic and useful, a being who could represent danger, yet not be so permanent that no hero could claim a victory. One should also note how these stories reflect geography as much as imagination. The Gorgons were said to dwell at the edge of the world, in places far removed from ordinary Greek life. Some sources placed them near the ocean at the westernmost edge, others in the far north. This edge of the map motif was common in myth. When one sailed beyond familiar waters, where stars grew unfamiliar and currents grew treacherous, it was helpful, psychologically, if not practically, to imagine that monsters dwelled there. After all, how better to discourage young sailors from wandering too far than to tell them a trio of snake-haired sisters were waiting to petrify them? Still, if we step away from the mythology and look at the archaeological record, one sees how potent Medusa's image became in daily life. The Gorgoneon, as it was called, was carved into temple pediments at places like Corfu, glaring out at worshippers and, one supposes, at any passing malevolent spirits. Coins from Sicily carried her face, suggesting that cities adopted her as a kind of civic guardian. To wear or display Medusa was to announce both defiance and protection. It is rather like the modern use of a skull emblem. simultaneously a warning and a declaration of strength. There is also something deeply symbolic in the fact that Medusa alone was not eternal. The Greeks had a knack for embodying human anxieties in their stories, and mortality was the most universal of all. While her sisters represented the unending, almost cosmic terrors of the universe, Medusa represented the fleeting, vulnerable condition of mankind. Yes, she was dangerous, but she could die, just as all mortals must. In that sense, her story bridges the gap between divine myth and human experience. And here we find the beginnings of sympathy for Medusa. Though later centuries would cast her as a tragic figure cursed by Athena, even in the earliest layers of myth, one senses that she is an anomaly, a monster who, unlike her immortal kin, carries the burden of eventual defeat. In literature, she appears almost always in the context of someone else's tale, Perseus's tale, Athena's, even Ovid's broader narrative in the Metamorphoses. Rarely does she stand centre stage as her own protagonist. It is a curious fate. She is both unforgettable and yet constantly overshadowed. The Greeks, of course, were fond of such layered contradictions. Consider that the same culture who painted her as a grotesque also carved her likeness lovingly into shields and temples. They feared her, yet they needed her. She was the embodiment of terror, but also the charm against it. And perhaps therein lies the true fascination of her myth. She is the monster who cannot be dismissed, because she is also the protector you quietly rely upon. If you close your eyes and picture the temples of the archaic period, their pediments rising in bright paint against a Mediterranean sky, you might see her face staring out with that toothy grin. To the worshippers, she was not merely a villain from a bedtime story, but an active guardian. In that gaze, carved in stone, there was both menace and safety. The paradox of Medusa was literally built into the architecture of their sacred spaces. Of course, when myths live as long as hers have, they acquire layers upon layers of interpretation. Some later writers, looking back, tried to soften the image of the Gorgons. Others hardened it. Some even suggested alternate parentage or differing numbers of sisters. But the core remained. 3 dreadful beings born of the sea, living at the edges of the world, with one, Medusa, fated to fall. One could spend a lifetime cataloguing the small details of these myths, and scholars often have. Was Medusa winged, as early vase paintings show? Did her sisters shriek so loudly that it shook the very ground? Did her face petrify instantly, or only after one met her eyes directly? These questions may sound like idle curiosities, and in a sense they are. Yet they reveal how deeply the Greeks obsessed over consistency in storytelling, while simultaneously allowing contradictions to coexist. And so, before Perseus ever sets out, before Athena sharpens her sense of vengeance, Medusa stands with her sisters as a sentinel of fear, a figure sculpted from the Greeks' fascination with the sea, with mortality, and with the idea that even monsters might serve protective ends. She is mortal, yes, but no less formidable for it. She is not yet the tragic figure cursed for her beauty, nor the severed head brandished as a weapon. She is still simply Medusa, daughter of Phorcys and Ceto, sister to immortal terrors, dwelling at the periphery of the known world. And as the firelight flickered on the walls of an ancient Greek home, and a storyteller's voice rose and fell, one suspects that listeners drifted off to sleep with her image hovering at the edge of their dreams. A monster, yes, but also a mirror of the very fears that haunted the edges of human thought. To move further into the story of Medusa, we must now turn to her most curious distinction, that unlike her sisters, she was mortal. It may sound like a small detail, but in the mythological world of the Greeks, such distinctions mattered greatly. Immortality, after all, was the defining trait of the gods and their monstrous offspring. To be mortal among immortals was to be a walking contradiction. And yet, this was Medusa's lot. Imagine, if you will, being part of a family where everyone but you was immune to age, injury, or death. Rather like being the only one in your household without a decent raincoat on a drizzly day. You are bound to feel singled out. For the poets and storytellers, this odd condition created narrative tension. A monster that could be killed was in truth a monster worth writing about, because it allowed for a story of triumph. But before her eventual downfall at the hands of Perseus, the traditions insist on one thing: Medusa had been beautiful. Not merely pleasant to look at, but dazzling. A woman whose hair was said to be her crowning glory. Now, one might cynically observe that in Greek mythology, such beauty was rarely a blessing. More often, it was a liability. From Helen of Troy, whose beauty supposedly launched 1,000 ships, to Narcissus, whose good looks led him to drown staring at his reflection, the Greeks had a habit of turning beauty into trouble. Medusa's beauty caught the eye of Poseidon. The god of the sea was not exactly a model of restraint. His portfolio included earthquakes, storms, horses, and rather regrettably, a long list of unwanted pursuits of mortals. And so the story goes that he sought out Medusa and, depending on the version you hear, seduced her or forced himself upon her. The setting of this act is crucial: the temple of Athena. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and crafts, was famously protective of her temples. To defile one of them was considered an unthinkable crime. Yet, in the way of myths, the blame did not fall upon Poseidon, despite his rather obvious role in the affair. Instead, it fell squarely upon Medusa. The logic is warped, but it reflects the deeply patriarchal society in which these stories were told. Athena, furious at the desecration, punished Medusa by transforming her into the monster we know: serpents for hair, eyes that petrified, a visage so dreadful that one glimpse could end a life. One cannot help but notice the tragic irony. A maiden once praised for her beauty became feared for her ugliness. The very feature that had attracted divine attention, her hair, was twisted into its opposite. Where once it flowed in glossy strands, it now writhed with venomous serpents. Where once her gaze might have captivated admirers, it now turned them to stone. There is, of course, symbolism in all of this. The snake, in Greek thought, was a creature of contradiction. It represented both danger and healing. Consider that Asclepius, god of medicine, carried a staff with a serpent twined around it, a symbol we still use today. Snakes shed their skins, suggesting rebirth, but they also bite, often fatally. To crown Medusa with snakes was to link her permanently with the forces of death and renewal, terror and fascination. Now, depending on one's interpretive lens, Athena's actions can be seen in several ways. Some modern readers see the curse not as punishment, but as protection, transforming Medusa into a figure so formidable that she could no longer be harmed by men. Others view it simply as cruelty, an example of the gods' notorious habit of punishing mortals for offences they did not commit. The ancient sources, for their part, leave the matter ambiguous. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, lingers on Medusa's beauty and downfall, painting her as a tragic victim. Hesiod, much earlier, scarcely mentions the circumstances at all, focusing instead on her monstrous form and her role as Perseus's quarry. Whatever the case, her transformation marked a turning point in how she was remembered. Before, she was one of 3 Gorgon sisters, formidable but not especially unique. Afterward, she became singular, a story all her own. It is curious how tragedy has a way of cementing characters in cultural memory. Without her curse, perhaps Medusa would have remained a minor monster in a footnote of Hesiod. With it, she became unforgettable. We must not forget the cultural context of these myths. To the Greeks, women who violated boundaries, intentionally or not, often faced dire consequences. The myths of Callisto, transformed into a bear for breaking her vow of chastity, or Daphne, pursued by Apollo until she begged for escape and was turned into a laurel tree, remind us of how often female figures bore the brunt of divine whims. Medusa belongs to this sorrowful pattern. Yet even as a monster, she was not wholly reviled. Her head, once severed, became a symbol of protection. Athena paradoxically placed it upon her aegis. Soldiers carried it into battle, carved upon their shields to frighten enemies. How strange that the goddess who cursed Medusa would later appropriate her image as a source of power. But this too was Greek logic. That which is most fearsome can also serve as a talisman. It is worth pausing here to consider the psychology of the petrifying gaze. To be turned to stone is, quite literally, to be paralysed with fear. The metaphor is baked into our language even today. We speak of being frozen in terror. Medusa's power was not simply that she killed, but that she immobilised. She robbed her victims of agency, locking them in place forever. For a society deeply concerned with honour, motion and action, such a fate was worse than death. It was death with humiliation, a permanent reminder of weakness. And so Medusa became more than a monster. She became a symbol of a fate to be dreaded, and by extension, a symbol of divine punishment. To look upon her was to be reminded of one's limits. No warrior, however skilled, could resist the simple act of sight. No shield or spear could save you from the treachery of your own eyes. There is also something of a cosmic balance in her story. The Greeks believed in hubris, the sin of overstepping mortal boundaries, and in Nemesis, the retribution that followed. Medusa, once admired for her beauty, became a warning of how swiftly fortune could turn. To go from celebrated maiden to monstrous exile was to embody the precariousness of human life, a lesson the Greeks never tired of telling. Yet despite her terrifying form, she retains a trace of humanity. Unlike her immortal sisters, she can die. Unlike the other monsters, she has a past, a before and after. We are invited to imagine her not just as a beast, but as a woman who suffered unjustly, who lived with a curse she did not choose. Perhaps this is why she has continued to fascinate for millennia. She is both terrifying and sympathetic, a paradox wrapped in serpents. And so, in this stage of her story, Medusa stands apart from her sisters, marked by mortality, cursed with serpents. Her beauty turned to horror. She lives not in the bustling world of men, but in the distant reaches, a reminder of divine power and human fragility. She is no longer merely one of many children of the sea, but a figure destined for confrontation, her fate sealed in the imaginations of poets and listeners alike. As the Greeks told her story, perhaps by firelight or in the open air of a symposium, one imagines their listeners leaning closer, caught between fear and pity. For here was a tale not only of a monster, but of a maiden undone by forces far beyond her control. A story of transformation, of punishment, and of a beauty that became both her gift and her curse. Yet Medusa's case feels particularly poignant, perhaps because of her lingering humanity. She did not ask for her beauty. She did not ask for Poseidon's pursuit, and she certainly did not ask to be turned into a monster. In her fate, we glimpse a reflection of ancient society's unease with female power. A beautiful woman might attract desire, but too much beauty was dangerous. A woman might serve in a temple, but one misstep, or even no misstep at all, could spell disaster. Medusa embodies these anxieties, and so, from that moment onward, she was cast out, destined to live on the fringes of the world. Different authors place her in different locations, some in Libya, others at the edge of Oceanus, the great river encircling the world. Always, though, she is beyond reach, on the margins of human habitation. There, in solitude, she became the figure that would haunt the imagination for centuries. If you picture her wandering those lonely places, you might almost feel sympathy. She did not choose her fate, and yet she bore it with a kind of grim endurance. She became a guardian of thresholds, a warning carved into the very fabric of myth. Beware the power of gods, beware the peril of beauty, beware the fragile line between mortal and monster. The story of her curse also raises questions about Athena herself. The goddess is often portrayed as wise, rational, the protector of heroes. Yet here her actions appear harsh, even cruel. It reminds us that the gods of Greece were not paragons of morality. They were powerful, yes, but also capricious, flawed, and deeply human in their emotions. In punishing Medusa, Athena revealed the darker side of divine justice, a justice more concerned with symbolism than fairness. And yet, perhaps, that is precisely why these myths endured. They mirrored the contradictions of life itself. Justice was not always fair. The innocent often suffered. Beauty could be as perilous as ugliness. Power could both protect and destroy. Medusa's curse is not simply a tale of divine wrath. It is a meditation on the precariousness of existence. As Greek listeners heard the tale, perhaps they nodded in recognition. For who among them had not seen a neighbour punished unfairly? Who had not known the capriciousness of fortune, the way the sea could shift from calm to storm in the blink of an eye? Medusa's story, though wrapped in serpents and stone, spoke to a deeper truth. Life is rarely just, and survival often comes at the cost of transformation. And so, cursed and cast out, Medusa takes her place in the mythic landscape, not yet slain, not yet the severed head upon Athena's shield, but already transformed into something unforgettable. She is a reminder that even the gods, with all their wisdom and splendour, could be as unfair and as flawed as the mortals who worshipped them. The Temple of Athena is a curious stage upon which to place one of the most consequential episodes of Medusa's story. To the Greeks, temples were not simply stone buildings but living sanctuaries, places where the divine and the mortal brushed shoulders. A temple was the home of a god, and to step inside was to step onto sacred ground, heavy with the presence of the divine. It is within one such space that Medusa's fate took its most infamous turn. The myths tell us that Medusa, still mortal and still beautiful, served as a priestess of Athena. To serve in such a role was a profound honour. Priestesses were expected to remain chaste, their lives devoted to the goddess. One can imagine her tending to the rituals, perhaps arranging offerings of olive oil and garlands, perhaps weaving, as Athena herself was the patroness of the loom. Her life might have been one of quiet devotion, in stark contrast to the turmoil awaiting her. Enter Poseidon. Now Poseidon was not known for his restraint, as we have mentioned before. He was as unpredictable as the sea he governed, capable of calm one moment and tempestuous rage the next. To this day, sailors are wary of the sea's sudden shifts, and in the mythic imagination, Poseidon personified that volatility. He desired Medusa, and desire in mythology seldom ended well for mortals. Whether we interpret his actions as seduction or as assault, the outcome is the same. The sacred temple was defiled. For Athena, this was an outrage. Imagine, if you will, someone barging into your living room and turning it into the scene of a scandal. Multiply that feeling 1,000-fold, and you have some sense of the goddess's fury. Yet, in a twist that strikes modern ears as profoundly unjust, Athena did not turn her wrath upon Poseidon. He, after all, was her uncle, an Olympian of equal rank. To strike against him would risk divine conflict of a scale that might tear the heavens apart. Instead, she directed her anger toward Medusa. It is here that Medusa's story tilts fully into tragedy. The priestess, punished not for her own crime, but for being caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, became the vessel of Athena's vengeance. The goddess transformed her hair into serpents, her face into something dreadful, her very gaze into a weapon that froze men in stone. One imagines the horror of that first moment, her hair writhing, her reflection unbearable, her isolation instantaneous. Now, from one angle, this reads like cruelty of the highest order. Yet myths are often layered, and some later interpreters have seen in Athena's curse a kind of dark protection. No longer would Medusa be vulnerable to the predations of men. No longer could she be touched against her will. Her monstrous form made her untouchable, her gaze a shield as much as a weapon. Was Athena saving her priestess in the only way she knew how, or was she condemning her to solitude? The ancients do not say. To the Greeks, snakes carried rich symbolism. They slithered between life and death, vanishing underground in winter, reappearing in spring. They guarded sacred spaces and were associated with chthonic gods of the underworld. Serpents adorned the staff of Asclepius, god of healing, even as they inspired terror in daily life. To give Medusa a crown of snakes was to bind her irrevocably to this liminal world of death and rebirth. She was no longer simply mortal. She was something else entirely, perched on the threshold of the human and the monstrous. It is worth pausing to imagine the cultural power of this transformation. Greek audiences, hearing the tale, would have been struck by its drama. Here was a woman, once a priestess, now forced to live in exile. Her beauty, once admired, had been turned into its opposite. Where she had been adored, she was now feared. She had crossed an invisible boundary, from celebrated mortal to outcast creature. And yet, in that transformation lay power. For the first time, she was no longer at the mercy of gods or men. Athena herself paradoxical though it seems, later came to wield Medusa's image. The goddess affixed the Gorgoneon, the severed head of Medusa, to her aegis, her shield or cloak, to terrify her enemies. This is the strange irony of Medusa's curse. She became both punished and useful, both victim and weapon. The Greeks had a habit of recycling their myths, and Medusa's fate illustrates how the line between curse and blessing was often blurred. Now, one might chuckle a little at the divine double standards. Poseidon causes the scandal, and Medusa receives the punishment. It is a familiar theme in Greek mythology. Gods behaving badly, mortals paying the price. Poor Actaeon glimpses Artemis bathing, and is promptly torn apart by his own hounds. Niobe boasts of her children, and Apollo and Artemis slaughter them to teach her humility. The pattern is clear. When the divine is offended, mortals suffer, whether guilty or not. Exile is a cruel companion. Once transformed into her serpent-crowned state, Medusa was driven from the world of men, condemned to the lonely wilderness at the edges of Greek imagination. The poets tell us she dwelled far away, in lands scarcely charted, beyond Libya, perhaps even near Oceanus, the vast river said to encircle the earth, in a time when geography was as much myth as map. To say someone lived at the edge meant not just physical distance, but spiritual otherness. Medusa became a creature of thresholds, stationed at the very boundary between the human world and the unknown. It is a bleak picture to conjure. Imagine her wandering barren coasts, the wind hissing through rocks, while her serpentine hair provided its own sinister chorus. Each hiss might have been a reminder of Athena's curse, a constant soundtrack of her misfortune. No bustling marketplace, no temple rituals, no companions, only solitude and the terrible knowledge that her very gaze meant death for any who stumbled across her path. Even the bravest traveller, should they chance upon her lair, would have had mere moments before turning to stone. And so, with every new statue, her loneliness grew, for her companions were frozen reminders of encounters that ended too quickly. Here lies a fascinating paradox. She was cursed for being violated in a sacred space, punished for beauty, and then rendered so terrifying that she could never again be approached. Yet in that solitude there was a strange, reluctant power. No man could harm her. No god dared to try again. For the first time, perhaps, Medusa was safe, but safety purchased at the cost of complete isolation. The Greeks were fascinated with monsters who lived at the margins of the world. The Gorgons, of whom Medusa was the youngest, were described in Hesiod's Theogony as dwelling near the night world, close to the Hesperides, the nymphs who tended the golden apples. Steno and Euryale, Medusa's sisters, were immortal, while she alone was mortal. This detail is crucial. Her mortality meant her story had a definite conclusion, unlike her sisters who would persist eternally. It also suggests that the Greeks used her figure as a moral lesson. Monsters who cannot die are the stuff of eternal fear, but Medusa's mortality meant she could eventually be conquered, her power contained. One might imagine her sisters as her only company in those barren lands. Later poets made much of their grief when she was slain, their wails echoing through the night. For now, though, it is uncertain whether they dwelled together or apart. Some accounts suggest a tight-knit trio, bound in sisterhood against the world. Others portray Medusa as solitary, her curse too heavy even for her kin to share. In either telling, hers was a life that could not return to what it had been. Let us turn for a moment to the Greek view of monsters more broadly. To them, monstrosity often marked boundaries between life and death, between the civilized and the wild, between Greece and the barbarian lands beyond. Medusa embodied all three. She was alive, yes, but with the death gaze that instantly ended others. She dwelled outside the Greek world, in places uncharted, and she was both human and not human, familiar yet profoundly alien. In this sense, she symbolized everything uncertain, everything uncontrollable. Her serpentine crown only deepens the symbolism. Snakes were feared, but also revered. They crept into tombs and houses alike, appearing in stories as omens. The household gods of Athens, the Agathos daemon, sometimes took the form of serpents. In Egypt, too, snakes symbolized protection and divine power. Thus, Medusa's snake hair was not simply grotesque decoration. It tied her to a web of associations that made her even more potent. She was dreadful, but also sacred. Dangerous, but also protective. This may explain why her image appeared so widely in art. From the 6th century BCE onwards, the Gorgoneon, the stylized head of Medusa, was carved into temples, shields, breastplates, and even drinking cups. It was apotropaic, meaning it was used to ward off evil. Rather amusing, really. While the myth says Medusa herself was shunned and feared, her likeness was everywhere, pressed into service as a sort of supernatural burglar alarm. Imagine being so terrifying that people put your face on their door knockers for safety. An honour of sorts, though I suspect Medusa herself would have been less than flattered. Still, life in exile would have been slow, each day marked by the monotony of survival. The Greeks rarely described what Medusa did in her solitude, but one can imagine her haunting rocky caves, watching the horizon, waiting for the occasional unfortunate sailor or wandering hero to stumble her way. Each encounter must have ended the same. Another figure, frozen mid-motion. A grim statue to add to her growing collection. Did she grow used to it, or did it torment her? Did she speak to them, as though to companions who never replied? We cannot know, though the thought is haunting. Her mortality also gave her life urgency. She may have known, even then, that a hero would one day come for her. After all, Greek mythology is replete with such patterns. Monsters exist to be slain, their deaths proof of the hero's glory. One imagines that as she sat among her stony victims, she wondered which son of Zeus, or which cunning mortal favoured by a god, would be the one to end her. That is the cruel symmetry of Greek myth. Mortals suffer not only to serve the whims of gods, but also to provide stepping stones for the triumphs of heroes. And yet, as time passed, her legend grew. Stories of her petrifying gaze travelled across the Mediterranean. Traders, soldiers, and poets spread the tale. To the Greeks, she was a figure of terror. To others, she might have seemed almost divine, a guardian of hidden lands. Even her name carried power. In Greek, Medusa derives from the word medein, meaning to guard or to protect. So even in her curse, even in her exile, she was more than a victim. She was a symbol of guardianship, albeit in fearsome form. The Romans, centuries later, would embrace this symbolism fully. Medusa's head appeared on mosaics, coins, and armour. Even the Emperor Alexander Severus displayed her image as a talisman. Her isolation had become her fame, her suffering transformed into cultural power. There is an irony here as sharp as any in Greek tragedy. The woman cast out for desecration became a universal emblem of protection. But to return to the lonely figure herself, imagine the silence of those nights. Stars wheeling above, waves crashing against distant rocks, and Medusa alone, cursed by a goddess, abandoned by humanity, haunted by serpents that whispered ceaselessly around her head. There is something profoundly sad in it, yet also strangely noble. She endured. For years, perhaps decades, she endured. And though her fate was written, her endurance itself is worthy of remembrance. It is also here, in this chapter of her tale, that we can reflect upon how myths function as mirrors of human anxiety. The Greeks feared exile, feared dishonour, feared the loneliness of being cut off from the polis, the community. Medusa embodied all these fears. She was the outcast, the unapproachable, the ultimate foreigner. Yet she also represented a kind of liberation. Cut free from society, she answered to no man, no law. Hers was the dangerous freedom of the wilderness. This tension between curse and liberation, victimhood and power, is what makes Medusa endlessly compelling. She is not a one-note monster, snarling and slain in a single breath. She is layered, a priestess wronged, a woman punished, a creature feared, a guardian revered. In her exile, all these layers converged, and so, as she lingered at the world's edge, her legend grew. Her image multiplied, and her name etched itself into the cultural memory of Greece and beyond. She was no longer merely Medusa the woman. She was Medusa the idea, eternal, haunting, both feared and strangely admired. Every story that begins with a monster in exile, sooner or later, attracts a hero. Greek mythology has a particular fondness for such encounters. A dreadful creature is placed at the far reaches of the world, and eventually some plucky mortal, usually with divine parentage or sponsorship, is sent to tidy up the matter. It is almost as if the universe of Greek myth worked like a cosmic filing cabinet. Monsters were paperwork, and heroes were dispatched to keep everything neatly in order. And in the case of Medusa, the man who opened her file was Perseus. Now, Perseus was no ordinary adventurer. He was rather conveniently the son of Zeus himself. His mother Danae had been locked away in a bronze chamber by her father Acrisius, king of Argos. Acrisius had heard a prophecy that his grandson would one day kill him, an occupational hazard for Greek kings, who might have done better to avoid having daughters at all, given how often these prophecies came true. Zeus, in one of his less subtle disguises, transformed into a shower of golden rain and impregnated Danae despite the bronze prison. The result was Perseus, a child already marked for greatness. From his earliest days, Perseus lived under a cloud of danger. Acrisius, unwilling to kill his daughter and grandson outright, perhaps out of fear of divine retribution, placed them in a wooden chest and cast them adrift at sea. They washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where they were taken in by a kindly fisherman named Dictys. The boy grew into manhood there, protected by his mother and guided by fortune. But fortune in Greek myth has a way of calling in its debts. The king of Seriphos, Polydectes, eventually developed an unseemly desire for Danae. Perseus, being the dutiful son, opposed the match, which annoyed Polydectes considerably. Seeking to rid himself of this troublesome young man, the king announced a banquet at which every guest must bring a horse as a gift. Perseus, who had no horse, boasted rashly that he could bring something better, the head of Medusa. It was the sort of bold statement that sounds impressive at the time, but tends to cause regret in the morning. Polydectes, seizing the opportunity, sent Perseus on his way. Now, this was not a suicide mission precisely, though it would have been for anyone else. The gods had their eye on Perseus. Athena, who seemed to have complicated feelings about Medusa, half disgust, half fascination, favoured the young man. Hermes, ever the trickster, lent his help as well. Between them, Perseus was outfitted like a hero from a divine catalogue. From Athena, he received a polished bronze shield, bright enough to serve as a mirror. From Hermes, he gained a sharp, curved sword. The nymphs of the north, meanwhile, offered him a magic bag, the kibisis, to safely contain Medusa's head. And finally, the god Hades provided the Helm of Darkness, a cap that rendered the wearer invisible. One might say Perseus was not so much heroic as generously accessorized. Even with such equipment, Perseus still faced the daunting task of finding Medusa, who lived at the edge of the world. To accomplish this, he first sought out the Grey, 3 ancient sisters who shared between them a single eye and a single tooth. One imagines family meals being rather awkward, with each sister constantly waiting her turn. Perseus, showing the kind of practical ruthlessness heroes often displayed, stole their eye and refused to return it until they told him where to find the Gorgons. With their reluctant guidance, he set off, armed, equipped, and now properly informed. As Perseus approached Medusa's dwelling, one imagines the silence of the place broken only by the hissing of serpents and the unsettling stillness of stone statues. These petrified figures were once men, hunters, adventurers, perhaps the occasional hapless wanderer, frozen mid-motion, arms raised, mouths open, forever caught in that instant of terror. To walk among them must have been eerie indeed, like entering a gallery where every sculpture screamed of its final moments. It was a fitting guard for Medusa, who lingered inside, perhaps weary, perhaps resigned, perhaps simply unaware that her fate was about to change. The shield was Perseus's salvation. He dared not look directly at her, for to do so was to risk instant transformation into stone. Instead, he used the reflection in Athena's polished bronze to guide his movements. One might picture him creeping slowly, carefully, a warrior advancing not by sight but by shimmer. And there, at last, he saw her. Not in beauty as she once was, but in terror as she had become. Her hair writhed with serpents. Her face was both human and inhuman. Her presence dreadful enough to chill even a demigod's heart. As she slept, Perseus struck. With a single stroke of Hermes' sword, he severed her head. The myths are strangely quiet about whether she cried out, whether she stirred at the last moment, whether her serpents hissed in alarm. What they do tell us is that from her blood sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior born fully armed. These children, fathered by Poseidon, emerged at the moment of her death. A peculiar birth, grotesque yet strangely beautiful. To kill Medusa was not simply to end her life. It was to unleash new beings into the world. Perseus quickly tucked the head into the kibisis, knowing that even in death, her gaze retained its petrifying power. This detail is worth dwelling upon. Most monsters, once slain, lose their potency. But Medusa's head was so powerful that it remained dangerous even after separation from her body. It was a grim testament to the magnitude of Athena's curse. At this point, Perseus had accomplished his task, but the story does not end so neatly. Heroes rarely complete their quests without complications. Medusa's immortal sisters, Stheno and Euryale, awoke and howled in grief. They pursued Perseus furiously, but with the helm of darkness he vanished from their sight. One imagined their anguish echoing across the barren landscape, their cries both rage and mourning. For though they were monsters, they were also sisters, and the loss of Medusa struck them deeply. In their lament, we hear perhaps the only voices in myth that truly grieve for her. And so Perseus departed, carrying in his bag the head of a woman, once priestess, once victim, now reduced to a trophy. It is easy, from the modern perspective, to feel uneasy about this. Was Perseus a hero, or merely the instrument of further injustice? The ancients, of course, celebrated him as both cunning and brave. To slay a monster without even looking at her was no small feat. Yet if we pause and consider Medusa's story, hers was a life twisted by others, by Poseidon, by Athena, and now by Perseus. She was, in a sense, a pawn in the great game of gods and heroes. But the Greeks did not see her so simply. They saw in her death the release of Pegasus, a symbol of inspiration who would later serve heroes and even inspire poets. They saw in her head a weapon of divine justice, a tool Athena herself would adopt. To them, Medusa was not merely tragic, she was transformative. Her end gave rise to new beginnings. Her curse became a source of power for others. One might smile, if grimly, at the irony. Medusa, exiled and despised, was suddenly more useful in death than she had ever been in life. Athena, who once cursed her, would now proudly display her image. Heroes, kings, and emperors would wield her likeness for centuries. The woman punished for desecration became, in the end, a universal emblem of protection. It is, as ever, the cruel poetry of myth. And so, with her head in a bag and her body left behind, the chapter of Medusa's exile closes. But her influence was far from finished. For Perseus would return with his prize, and the world, gods and men alike, would learn just how potent the severed head of a Gorgon could be. Perseus did not simply take Medusa's head, present it to Polydectes, and call it a day. Oh no, that would have been far too simple, and the Greeks, as ever, preferred their heroes' journeys long and circuitous. The slaying of Medusa, dramatic though it was, marked only the midpoint of Perseus's adventures. With the head secured in the kibbasis, Perseus now carried a weapon both dreadful and marvellous, a gaze that could petrify even after death. One can imagine the mixed feelings he must have had. Pride, yes, but also a certain nervousness. Carrying a severed head in a bag is disquieting enough. Carrying one that might turn you and your friends into stone if you peek at the wrong moment, even more so. His flight from the lair of the Gorgons was aided, as we have said, by the helm of darkness. With it, Perseus vanished from sight, slipping past Stheno and Euryale as they raged. Their cries, echoing across the barren landscape, must have pursued him in his dreams long after. It is tempting to feel for them, immortals, condemned to watch their sister fall while unable to follow her into death. The Greeks loved a tragic symmetry, and the grief of Medusa's sisters was one such echo. From here, Perseus's journey became a catalogue of episodes, each showcasing the power of Medusa's head. One of the most famous occurred when he flew, yes, flew, over distant lands. Accounts differ whether he rode Pegasus, newly born from Medusa's blood, or whether Hermes' winged sandals bore him instead. Either way, the image of a young hero soaring across the world, carrying a deadly head in his satchel, is among the most enduring in mythology. The Greeks did enjoy their aerial heroes. It gave them a sense that their myths could quite literally rise above the ordinary. It was during this homeward journey that Perseus encountered Andromeda. Her story, like so many in Greek myth, begins with hubris. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had boasted that her daughter's beauty surpassed even that of the Nereids, sea nymphs beloved of Poseidon. The god of the sea, never one to overlook a slight, sent a sea monster to ravage the coast. To appease him, Andromeda was chained to a rock as a sacrifice. Perseus, swooping in like a demigod from the heavens, found her there. It is difficult not to imagine the scene as painted later by Renaissance artists. The maiden bound, the waves crashing, the hero descending with sword and bag. Perseus slew the monster, some say with Medusa's head, others with his blade, and freed Andromeda, later taking her as his wife. A convenient romance, one might note, but then myths rarely concern themselves with courtship details. In this moment, though, Medusa's presence lingered. Her head, though silent, was the secret ally. Whether directly employed against the beast, or simply looming as a possibility, it gave Perseus a power no other man could wield. Medusa, even in death, continued to shape events. Her tragedy turned into a hero's triumph. After Andromeda's rescue, Perseus faced further trials. He attended a feast held by Andromeda's family, during which rivals contested his right to marry her. Outnumbered, Perseus resorted to his grisly weapon. Drawing forth the head, he turned his enemies into stone on the spot. One can picture the hall mid-revelry, cups lifted, arguments shouted, and then suddenly silence, every face frozen in horror, immortalized in marble-like stillness. It was the sort of efficient conflict resolution rarely recommended in polite society. In these stories, the head becomes less a trophy and more a tool, an all-purpose device for removing obstacles. Monster-threatening maiden, head. Overcrowded banquet with quarrelsome in-laws, head. Later, when Perseus finally returned to Seriphos, he confronted King Polydectes, the man who had tricked him into this deadly quest. Polydectes, unsurprisingly, was less than pleased to see the young hero back alive, let alone carrying the most dangerous object in the world. Perseus, wasting little time, revealed Medusa's face. The king and his courtiers stiffened into stone where they stood, leaving Dictys, the kindly fisherman, to assume the throne. It is hard not to admire the neatness of this resolution. One flash of horror, and a tyrant removed. In this way, Perseus used Medusa's head again and again, as if it were a sort of divine shortcut. And here we might pause to consider the symbolism. For the Greeks, monsters often embodied chaos, danger, the untamed forces of nature. Heroes who defeated them symbolized civilization's triumph, order imposed upon disorder. But Medusa was unique. She did not simply vanish with her slayer. Her power lived on, transferred to those who possessed her head. The chaos she represented could never be entirely eliminated. Instead, it was harnessed, domesticated, placed at the service of others. Athena herself would later adopt the Gorgonean as her emblem, sewing it into her aegis as a protective emblem. In this, Medusa became not only a monster slain, but a perpetual guardian. The ancients seemed oddly comfortable with this contradiction. To them, Medusa was both terrifying and protective. Her visage warded off evil, even as it embodied terror itself. In temples across Greece, her image stared down at visitors, tongue lolling, fangs bared, snakes writhing. Children must have peered up at those grimacing faces, half frightened, half reassured. That duality, fear as protection, remains one of the most fascinating elements of her story. Meanwhile, Perseus's life, bolstered by the possession of such a weapon, became a cascade of victories. He secured Andromeda, toppled Polydectes, restored honour to his mother, and eventually returned the divine gifts he had borrowed. The head, however, he presented to Athena. Here, the cycle closed in a bitter irony. The goddess who had cursed Medusa now claimed her head as a trophy. With it affixed to her aegis, Athena marched into battle, her enemies quailing at the sight. One might almost hear Medusa sigh, if heads could sigh, at the final indignity of serving forever as a symbol for the deity who had punished her so cruelly. And yet, there is another way to read it. Athena, in keeping the head, immortalized Medusa. Far from being forgotten, she became a permanent emblem of divine power. Her likeness spread across the Mediterranean, etched into coins, carved into stone, painted on pottery. The outcast priestess, condemned to solitude, became the most recognizable face of apotropaic magic. What greater irony could myth provide? One might chuckle, though softly, at the practicality of it all. The gods were not sentimental. They did not wring their hands over fairness or justice. Instead, they repurposed what was useful. Medusa had once been a problem, now she was an asset. Athena did not waste assets. She transformed her victim into her emblem, her disgrace into her shield. In a sense, Athena completed what she began. She turned Medusa into something untouchable, something that would forever guard, even if unwillingly. And thus Perseus, though remembered for his heroism, became little more than the courier of Medusa's power. His role was important, yes, but temporary. Medusa, for all her tragedy, endured in the cultural imagination far longer than her slayer. When we speak of Perseus, we recall his killing of Medusa. When we speak of Medusa, we do not primarily recall her death, but her power, her image, her gaze. Even in defeat, she eclipsed her conqueror. And so chapter 7 closes with this uneasy truth, that Medusa's story did not end with the swing of a sword. It continued in every shield, every temple, every coin that bore her face. Her head, severed though it was, lived on longer than any mortal life, and her story, tragic though it remained, became one of the most enduring in all of Greek mythology. The tale now drifts to one of the most famous and oft retold episodes in all of Greek mythology, the moment when Perseus confronted the dread Medusa. One must picture it not as a hurried, frantic duel, as later painters like to imagine, with dramatic brushstrokes and tumbling drapery, but as a careful, divinely orchestrated encounter, every step guided by the whims of the gods. Ancient storytelling rarely left such matters to chance. If a mortal was to face down a monster capable of turning him into an attractive garden ornament with a single glance, then divine equipment was really the least the gods could provide. Perseus, we recall, had already been plucked from obscurity by Zeus and Danae's unusual family situation, and had grown into a young man who seemed destined for something greater than a fisherman's life on Seriphos. Polydectes, the island's king with more ambition than common sense, challenged Perseus to fetch the head of Medusa. This was not so much a polite request as a death sentence dressed in mythic form. Yet, as in all Greek tales, the impossible errand was precisely the one that heroes were sent upon. Now, before Perseus could even think about approaching Medusa, he required tools, and here the gods demonstrated a certain generosity. Hermes, the fleet-footed messenger, lent him winged sandals, though one wonders whether they came with any sort of warranty. Athena, ever the strategist, provided him with a polished shield, not merely shiny but reflective to the point of acting as a divine mirror. Hades' helm of darkness, a kind of invisibility cap that would have made any modern spy envious, was also added to the ensemble. Finally, Perseus was given a keen, curved blade, sometimes said to be adamantine, harder than any earthly metal. The equipment list, one must admit, reads like the inventory of a particularly well-stocked video game character. Equipped thus, Perseus set out. But locating Medusa was no simple task, for she did not live conveniently near any well-marked road. No, her lair was said to be at the very edges of the known world, in a landscape of perpetual twilight. Some ancient geographers placed her home in Libya, others on the shores of the great ocean, while later Roman authors preferred more fanciful locations. The vagueness itself was rather useful, for monsters, as we have seen, are always tucked away where ordinary folk cannot stumble upon them while out gathering firewood. To find the Gorgons, Perseus first had to visit the Graeae, those strange sisters who shared one eye and one tooth among the three of them. One imagines family dinners being somewhat complicated affairs. With characteristic trickery, Perseus seized their eye and refused to return it until they revealed the way to Medusa's dwelling. It is perhaps one of the earliest recorded examples of effective hostage negotiation, albeit with ophthalmological overtones. Once he had the directions, he politely gave back the eye, which, one presumes, was not terribly hygienic after being passed around like a pebble. Thus guided, Perseus made his way to the lair where the Gorgons dwelt. Here it is worth pausing to consider what the Greeks thought about such monstrous abodes. They were not neat caverns or tidy grottos, but eerie landscapes where petrified men and beasts stood frozen, silent reminders of Medusa's gaze. To walk among them would have been like strolling through a macabre sculpture garden, every figure a warning. Later, poets emphasized this uncanny stillness, the hush of a place where life had literally been stopped mid-motion. At last, Perseus approached, but remember, to look directly upon Medusa was instant doom. This is where Athena's polished shield became the true hero of the tale. Perseus, keeping his eyes fixed on the reflection rather than the actual figure, crept forward. The strategy may seem obvious in hindsight, yet in the context of myth it carried deeper meaning. Wisdom and caution triumphing over rash bravery. One cannot help but think that many a young Greek listening to the tale was being taught, quite gently, that cunning and prudence were just as valuable as muscle. As Perseus drew near, Medusa herself was asleep. Here the myth becomes strangely tender. The monstrous figure, who had once been a beautiful maiden, lay in slumber. One wonders whether the storytellers inserted this detail to soften the horror or to underline the tragic vulnerability of even the most feared creature. There is little evidence she had done anything recently to warrant execution. Her mere existence was enough to justify the heroic deed. Greek myths, it seems, were not always fair in their distribution of justice. With steady hand, guided by Athena herself, Perseus struck. His curved blade sliced cleanly, and in that instant, the legend tells us, Medusa's head was severed from her body. Yet her story didn't end there, for from the blood of her neck sprang two remarkable offspring, the winged horse Pegasus and the giant Chrysa, often depicted with a golden sword. This curious birth puzzled ancient commentators. How could such noble beings emerge from a monster's death? Some saw it as symbolic, a reminder that even from violence and tragedy, beauty and power might arise. Others simply accepted it as one of those mythic quirks. Greeks, after all, were accustomed to gods springing from the severed remains of other gods. The scene of Medusa's beheading became one of the most frequently illustrated episodes in Greek art. Vase painters delighted in showing Perseus with his shield angled, sword poised, while the Gorgon's serpentine locks writhed. Interestingly, early depictions of Medusa were grotesque, with tusks and bulging eyes, but by the classical period artists increasingly portrayed her with a sorrowful, almost beautiful face. Perhaps over time, sympathy for the cursed maiden crept into the collective imagination. Having secured the grisly trophy, Perseus wasted no time in making his escape, for Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, were very much awake and furious. Donning the cap of invisibility, Perseus vanished from their sight, while his winged sandals whisked him away. It is a neat conclusion, though one cannot help but feel for the immortal sisters doomed to grieve eternally, unable to avenge their sibling's death. The Greeks were often comfortable with leaving loose threads dangling in their myths, preferring poetic injustice to tidy resolution. Now, what of Medusa's head itself? Here the myth grows stranger still. Severed though it was, the head retained its petrifying power. Perseus carried it with him, using it as both shield and weapon. This, too, had symbolic depth. The very thing that had made Medusa feared became a tool of triumph once harnessed by a hero. In the ancient world, such logic resonated. Danger, when mastered, becomes strength. Let us not forget, however, that behind the heroic triumph lay a woman's tragedy. Modern interpreters, particularly in the last century, have re-examined Medusa's tale, reading in it themes of violation, victimhood, and the silencing of women's voices. To the ancients, she was a monster slain by a champion. To us, she may also be a symbol of injustice. The duality makes the myth all the more enduring, for it speaks differently to each generation. Even in antiquity, the tale of Perseus and Medusa held powerful resonance. Temples bore images of the Gorgoneon, the Gorgon's head, as a protective emblem warding off evil. Soldiers carried shields emblazoned with her face, not unlike how Perseus had borne the real thing. In this way, the monster slain at the edge of the world lived on, not as a forgotten corpse, but as an enduring presence across Greek society. One imagines the ancient listener, perhaps reclining on a couch at a symposium, hearing this tale with a mixture of awe and reassurance. Monsters might lurk in the shadows of the world, but with divine aid and a steady heart, they could be defeated. It was a comforting thought, especially in a culture where storms could sink ships, plagues could devastate cities, and war was never far away. The myth promised that even the most terrible adversary could be overcome. And so, the beheading of Medusa stands as a turning point. It is not merely the end of her life, but the beginning of her afterlife as a symbol, an artifact, and a source of power. Perseus would go on to many further adventures, but none would resonate so deeply as this moment of poised blade and mirrored shield. The monster's death was the hero's making, and yet the monster herself, paradoxically, would never die in memory. As we drift gently onward through the story, we can almost see the flicker of torchlight on the cavern walls, hear the faint hiss of serpents silenced, and feel the hush of that twilight land where statues stood unmoving. It is a quiet moment in myth, paradoxical in its violence, yet curiously still, like a breath held before the world exhaled again. And perhaps, just perhaps, in the long arc of history, Medusa's gaze still lingers, not to terrify, but to remind us of the uneasy boundary between beauty and terror, justice and cruelty, mortality and myth. The tale of Medusa might have ended with the swish of Perseus's blade and the sudden silence of her serpents, but myths, like rivers, seldom stop so abruptly. They twist and meander, finding new channels, and Medusa's story continues not in her life, but in the strange afterlife of her severed head. Few objects in the ancient imagination carried such paradoxical significance. Here was a trophy both terrifying and protective, a grotesque relic that offered salvation while radiating dread. Perseus may have escaped from the Gorgon's lair, but he did not leave the power of Medusa behind. He carried it with him, dangling, one imagines, in a sack that must have been rather awkward at social gatherings. The earliest use Perseus found for the head was not decorative, nor was it practical in the sense of hanging it over the fireplace. Instead, it became a weapon more potent than any sword. The very gaze that had brought terror to wandering adventurers was now under his control. There is a curious irony in this. Medusa had never asked to possess such power, and it had made her an exile. Yet once placed in the hands of a hero, it became celebrated. One might call this a double standard, though the ancient Greeks, in their wisdom or their blindness, seldom noticed. One of the first victims of this grisly weapon was none other than the Titan Atlas. As Perseus journeyed westward, he encountered the giant who held the heavens upon his shoulders, a tiring occupation by any measure. Atlas, however, was not in the mood for visitors. When Perseus asked for hospitality, Atlas refused, perhaps fearing some prophecy that a son of Zeus would bring about his downfall. Rather than arguing the matter or writing a polite complaint to Mount Olympus, Perseus simply unveiled the Gorgon's head. Atlas was turned instantly into a mountain range, his massive frame frozen into stone. Ancient storytellers delighted in explaining geological features in this manner, and the Atlas Mountains of North Africa became a lasting reminder of the Titan's inhospitable manners. One suspects the local shepherds were not consulted about having a giant plonked onto their landscape. Next, the head found use in an altogether different setting, an encounter with a sea monster. On his travels, Perseus came upon the Princess Andromeda, chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a creature sent by Poseidon. The poor girl's plight was the result of her mother Cassiopeia's vanity, a reminder that in Greek myth, one's relatives could be as dangerous as any monster. Perseus, ever the gallant hero, intervened. Accounts differ. Some say he used the sword, others claim it was the Gorgon's head that did the trick. But in every version, the monster was slain, Andromeda was freed, and a marriage was conveniently arranged. One can only imagine how the in-laws must have reacted when Perseus introduced himself as the young man carrying around a petrifying head in a bag. But Perseus's travels were not over. With Medusa's head in tow, he eventually returned to Seriphos, where King Polydectes had been plotting all along. The king's unwelcome attentions towards Danae, Perseus's mother, had been the true reason for the perilous quest. When Perseus strode into the court and revealed his prize, Polydectes and his supporters were turned to stone on the spot. One can picture the awkward silence as courtiers froze mid-sentence, mid-toast, perhaps even mid-yawn. The threat to his family was ended, though the decor of the palace was now considerably heavier and less conversational. Having concluded these dramatic episodes, Perseus had little further need for the head, and here the myth brings us back to Athena. It was she, after all, who had guided Perseus and supplied the crucial mirrored shield. In gratitude, or perhaps simply to avoid further accidents at family gatherings, Perseus presented the head to the goddess. Athena, in her practical way, affixed it to her aegis. Whether a shield or a breastplate, sources vary. There it remained, a terrifying emblem, flashing forth in battle to scatter enemies. One must admire Athena's resourcefulness. Where others saw a dangerous relic, she saw a long-term military asset. The presence of the Gorgon's head on Athena's aegis had broader cultural significance. It was not merely a mythic detail, but a motif echoed across Greek art and architecture. The Gorgoneion, a stylized depiction of Medusa's face, began to appear on temple pediments, pottery, coins, and even doorways. To the Greeks, it served as an apotropaic symbol, a charm to ward off evil. The idea was straightforward. What could be more effective at scaring away harm than a face so dreadful it could turn men to stone? In this sense, Medusa's image, though born of tragedy, became one of protection. This transformation from horror to safeguard is one of the more curious aspects of Greek religion. The ancients were not squeamish about blending fear and reverence. A terrifying symbol could be comforting, so long as it pointed outward, keeping evil at bay. The Gorgoneion was carved above city gates, hung upon shields, and painted on household objects. Even coins bore her likeness, meaning that everyday commerce carried a faint whiff of the monstrous. One wonders what a modern cashier might think if every banknote featured a grimacing, snake-haired visage. It is worth pausing to consider the artistry of these images. The earliest representations of Medusa were deliberately grotesque, with bulging eyes, tusks, and lolling tongue. She was the epitome of the monstrous feminine, designed to repel. Yet as centuries passed, depictions softened. By the classical period, she was often shown with a more human, almost mournful face, framed by serpentine locks. This evolution may reflect a changing cultural attitude, a growing sympathy for the cursed maiden beneath the monster. By the Roman era, Medusa was frequently portrayed as a tragic beauty, her terror and allure intertwined. The monster had become a muse. Meanwhile, in the mythic imagination, Perseus continued his career, but Medusa's head remained in Athena's possession. The goddess's association with the Gorgoneion was enduring. Statues of Athena Parthenos in the great temple of the Acropolis bore it proudly upon the aegis, a symbol of divine wisdom combined with unyielding power. When Athenians marched into battle, they did so under the protection of that petrifying stare. In this way, Medusa, unwilling participant though she was, became a guardian of the very city that had once cursed her. History, or myth at least, has a sense of irony. For the Greeks, Medusa's afterlife was not confined to Athena's shield. Her presence lingered in cult practice and in the imaginative geography of the world. Writers described springs that gushed from the earth where her blood had fallen. One such spring, Hippocrene, was said to have been created when Pegasus struck the ground with his hoof. Poets drank from its waters, gaining inspiration. Thus, from Medusa's death arose not only monsters and weapons, but also fountains of creativity. Even the Muses, those gentle inspirers of song and story, owed a debt to the severed head. It is almost as though the Greeks were saying, from horror comes art, from silence comes poetry. Medusa's story also seeped into funerary contexts. Her face appeared on sarcophagi, perhaps to guard the dead from evil on their journey to the underworld. The idea that she might protect rather than merely petrify was deeply ingrained. Indeed, one could argue that the Gorgon became less a figure of mythic terror and more a household deity of sorts, woven into the fabric of daily life. And yet, beneath all these uses and reinterpretations, the tragedy of Medusa lingered. Ancient authors did not dwell upon her sorrow, but later generations did. The Romans, particularly Ovid in his Metamorphoses, gave her a voice of sorts, telling how she had once been a beautiful maiden wronged by Poseidon and punished by Athena. This version emphasized her victimhood, her transformation not as a crime, but as a cruel fate. From then on, the sympathetic Medusa began to haunt literature and art, offering not just fear but pity. Thus, Chapter 9, in the long tale of Medusa, reveals a paradox. In death, she was more influential than she had ever been in life. Her head toppled kings, tamed monsters, adorned gods, protected cities, inspired poets, and guarded the dead. She became at once a weapon, a charm, a muse, and a symbol. For a figure once cursed into isolation, it was an astonishing afterlife. And it speaks to the peculiar genius of Greek mythology that even in the cruelest stories, transformation is never final. Death itself becomes a doorway to new meanings. As the ancient listener dozed by the fire, lulled by these tales, they might have felt a curious comfort. If even a monster like Medusa could be turned into a source of protection and art, then perhaps the terrors of the world, storms, wars, plagues, might also yield something of value. Myth was not merely entertainment, it was philosophy in disguise. And in that philosophy, Medusa endured, her stony gaze softening across the centuries, her serpents hissing not in anger, but in eternal vigilance, watching over those who dared to remember her. The story of Medusa does not end with Perseus, nor even with Athena, nor with the countless statues and shields that bore her likeness. In truth, the story of Medusa never really ends at all. Like the serpents that writhed in her hair, her tail coils and uncoils across the centuries, twisting itself into new shapes for each generation that gazes upon it. What began as a grim, cautionary myth in the oral traditions of the Greeks became over time an enduring symbol, sometimes of terror, sometimes of beauty, and sometimes, curiously enough, of protection and even empowerment. When we look to the Romans, we find Medusa already transformed from a monster lurking in some obscure cavern to an established motif of imperial power. Roman villas, with their mosaics of heroic deeds and sea nymphs, often included a stern-faced Medusa, glaring from a central panel. One can only imagine the effect on a dinner guest when they glanced down at the tiled floor and found themselves gazing into her petrifying eyes whilst balancing a plate of olives. Coins of emperors like Caligula and Claudius bore her image as well. Proof that the Gorgonion had crossed from a potropaic charm into official state iconography. If a monster once punished by the gods could end up decorating the pocket change of Rome, then one sees just how flexible myths could be. The Romans, of course, had a talent for adopting Greek myths wholesale, seasoning them lightly with their own sensibilities. For them, Medusa was not only a story of heroism and horror, but also a handy visual shorthand for warding off the evil eye, that ancient Mediterranean fear of destructive envy. Amulets with her face were worn, placed in tombs, or built into household shrines. Thus, long after her death at Perseus's hands, Medusa continued to haunt daily life, not as a source of dread, but as a kind of celestial security guard, a monster turned mascot. Yet myths are rarely static. As centuries rolled by and the old temples fell to ruin, Medusa's tale was taken up by new voices. In the Renaissance, artists rediscovered her with a fervour bordering on obsession. Leonardo da Vinci sketched grotesque Medusan heads with writhing snakes more lively than eels at a fish market. Caravaggio, in his characteristically dramatic style, painted her head upon a round shield, blood fresh and spurting, eyes wide in frozen horror. The shield, now in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, still startles viewers who wander too close. There is something uncomfortably intimate about the work, as though Caravaggio invites us to share Perseus's very moment of triumph, or perhaps his shock. During this period, the duality of Medusa's image deepened. She was at once terrifying and alluring, monstrous and strangely beautiful. Painters often softened her features, turning her into a tragic heroine rather than a grotesque fiend. It was as though the Renaissance, so enamoured of classical ideals of beauty, could not quite bear to let even its monsters remain ugly. A paradox emerged. The more one tried to paint Medusa as monstrous, the more she slipped back into her former role as a woman wronged, her beauty twisted into terror by divine punishment. By the Enlightenment and Romantic periods, Medusa had become a figure of fascination for poets and philosophers. Percy Bysshe Shelley, in his poem On the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci, saw in her a strange combination of horror and pathos, beauty entwined with fear. Philosophers too dabbled in Medusa's gaze. Freud, ever ready with a new interpretation, regarded the petrifying stare as symbolic of castration anxiety, a theory which perhaps tells us more about Freud than it does about Medusa. The point, however, is clear. Her myth was no longer simply a bedtime tale of monsters and heroes. It had become a mirror in which later ages saw their own anxieties and desires reflected. In the modern era, Medusa's transformation has been even more dramatic. She has become, in many circles, a symbol of feminine rage and resilience. 20th century feminist writers re-examined her story, noting how she was punished not for her sins, but for being victimized. Poseidon's assault and Athena's curse painted her less as a villain than as a scapegoat. Her petrifying gaze, rather than a monstrous weapon, could be seen as a metaphor for power reclaimed, a woman's ability to strike back against those who wronged her. The monster became an icon. Indeed, in 2018, a bronze statue was unveiled in New York, depicting Medusa holding Perseus's severed head, a reversal of the classical tale that left little doubt about whose side the artist was on. Medusa has also slithered into popular culture with surprising enthusiasm. From high fantasy novels to Hollywood blockbusters, she remains a staple monster, sometimes villain, sometimes anti-hero. In video games, she lurks as a boss battle, often hurling snakes or firing stone-inducing gazes at the hapless player. Fashion houses, too, have adopted her image. Versace's famous logo is none other than the head of Medusa, here reimagined as a glamorous emblem of allure and danger. One doubts that the ancient Greeks could have foreseen their snake-haired maiden gracing luxury handbags and perfume bottles. But myths, like snakes, shed their skins and emerge anew. And yet, for all these reinterpretations, certain elements endure. The serpents, the stare, the tragic backstory. These remain constant, anchoring her image even as meanings shift. She is still recognizable across millennia, whether glaring from a shield in an ancient battle, or from the glossy label of a modern boutique. In this lies her true immortality. Medusa was the only mortal of the Gorgons, destined to die, and yet, paradoxically, she has lived longer in human imagination than many gods and heroes combined. The endurance of her myth says something important about storytelling itself. The Greeks, with their talent for weaving the human and the divine into timeless narratives, created figures who outgrew their own contexts. Medusa was once a frightening tale to keep children from wandering too far into the night. Later she became a cautionary example of hubris and divine wrath. Later still she was reclaimed as a victim, a protector, an emblem of beauty and terror entwined. Each age has looked upon her face and seen something of its own soul staring back. In the end, perhaps that is the true power of Medusa's gaze. It does not merely petrify, it reflects. When the Greeks looked, they saw a monster to be slain. The Romans saw a charm against envy. Renaissance painters saw tragic beauty. Modern feminists see a symbol of empowerment. We, today, might see all of these things at once, our own thoughts mirrored in the timeless glass of myth. As the story drifts to a close, one can imagine Medusa herself, no longer writhing in isolation, no longer frozen in the instant of death, but reclining quietly at the edges of history, her snake settled at last. She has been many things: maiden, monster, mother of Pegasus, emblem of Athena, muse of poets, logo of fashion houses. She has terrified, she has inspired, she has protected. Her gaze has endured when so many other myths have faded. Perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. The monster slain in one moment of heroic glory has proved more immortal than the hero who killed her. And so, with the gentlest of ironies and the softest of smiles, we take leave of Medusa. The Greeks called her a monster. Later ages called her tragic. Some now call her a symbol of strength. Whatever name we choose, she remains unforgettable. Her story, winding across the centuries, whispers to us still, beware beauty, beware power, beware injustice, but also perhaps embrace transformation. For even in the darkest of myths, there is a strange, enduring light. Let us begin not with thunder or prophecy, but with a girl and her loom. She was called Arachne, a mortal with hands so deft they moved like wind through wool. Her tapestries shimmered with colour and precision, scenes so finely woven they seemed to breathe. People said she must have learned from Athena herself, which was the sort of praise one should never utter too loudly in ancient Greece. Arachne didn't deny it. In fact, she laughed. She said she was better. And that, you see, was a mistake. For the gods of Olympus were not distant, noble deities. They were near, always near. And they didn't particularly like being compared to mortals, let alone outdone by them. So Athena came down from the heavens, her pride pricked like a burr under the skin, and challenged the girl to a contest. 2 looms, 2 minds, one divine, one human. And Arachne's tapestry? It was exquisite, a panorama of the gods' misdeeds. Zeus seducing women in a dozen disguises, Poseidon ravishing Medusa in Athena's temple, Apollo chasing nymphs who wanted nothing to do with him. The thread glittered with uncomfortable truth. Athena's work, by contrast, was flawless and stern, a depiction of piety and punishment. But when she saw Arachne's piece, she flew into a rage, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't. She tore it apart and struck the girl down. Then, in that strangely poetic cruelty the gods so loved, transformed her into a spider. And so Arachne still weaves, but without fingers, without pride, without a voice. A cautionary tale, and one that sets the tone. Because in Greek mythology, if a god notices you, it rarely ends well. The Olympians, you see, were not above meddling. They did not dwell on high with benevolent detachment. Number. They peered down, eyes sharp as hawks, looking for beauty, arrogance, wit, or defiance. Anything that might amuse or annoy them. Humans were their toys, their distractions, their cautionary examples. Take Semele, a mortal woman, beloved of Zeus. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear and promised her anything she wished. And in a moment of fatal honesty, she asked to see him as he truly was, in all his divine radiance. Zeus warned her. He begged her to reconsider, but an oath was an oath, and when he revealed his true form, the brightness alone consumed her, burned to ash. Their unborn child, Dionysus, was saved only because Zeus sowed him into his own thigh, like a strange botanical graft. He was born later, with a head full of vines and madness. Another mortal, Io, suffered a different fate. She caught Zeus's eye, an unfortunate habit of many young women in mythology. To conceal her from Hera, Zeus turned her into a cow. A lovely cow, to be fair, but still. Hera, never one to be fooled for long, demanded the cow as a gift, and assigned Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. And so Io wandered, watched always, pursued by a gadfly Hera sent to torment her. She crossed continents, became a legend. Eventually she was restored to human form, but not before learning that divine attention was a form of punishment in itself. Even mortals who never sought glory often found themselves dragged into the gods' schemes. Cassandra was one such soul. She was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo in exchange for her love. But when she changed her mind, as people do, Apollo did not take rejection well. He cursed her. She would still speak true prophecies, but no one would ever believe her. She saw the fall of Troy. She saw her own death. She saw fire and ruin, and no one listened, not once. The Greeks had a word for this kind of tragic arrogance, hubris. It wasn't just pride, it was overstepping. Crossing invisible lines drawn by gods who did not like their creations to become too clever, too bold, or too beautiful. Mortals who rose too high were always brought low. Not always with death, but sometimes with something worse. Take Niobe, Queen of Thebes. She had many children, 12 in some stories, 14 in others, and she made the mistake of bragging that she was more deserving of worship than Leto, who had only 2. Unfortunately for Niobe, Leto's 2 children were Artemis and Apollo. They descended like arrows from the sky. One by one, Niobe's children fell. She wept and screamed and begged. In the end, the gods turned her to stone, a weeping rock carved by grief. And somewhere in Anatolia, the stone still stands. Mortals could rarely win, and when they did, it often came with strings attached, like poor Phaethon, who demanded proof that the sun god Helios was his father. Helios, bound by paternal pride and perhaps a touch of guilt, allowed him to drive the chariot of the sun for a day. A teenage boy, at the reins of a flaming, sky-burning, day-dragging chariot. It did not go well. He lost control. The sun veered too close to the earth. Fields scorched, rivers boiled, the world began to unravel. Zeus, ever the cosmic janitor, hurled a lightning bolt and ended it. Phaethon fell like a star and crashed into the river Eridanus. Mortals grieved, the gods moved on. Even the great wars of mortals were often started by divine pettiness. The Trojan War, for instance, did not begin with ships or sieges. It began with a golden apple. Eris, goddess of discord, wasn't invited to a divine wedding. So she did what any resentful guest might. She tossed a golden apple into the feast, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all reached for it. They demanded a judge. And they found one in Paris, a Trojan prince tending sheep, far from the noise of court. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera offered power. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. He chose beauty. He chose Aphrodite. And that woman, Helen, was already married to a Spartan king. When Paris took her to Troy, the world ignited. 1,000 ships launched. Heroes died, cities burned. All because of one mortal asked to judge a divine beauty pageant. It should be said, no good ever came of mortals trying to decide which god was better. The gods didn't want truth. They wanted flattery. But mortals could not avoid them. Not really. They prayed. They sacrificed. They lit fires and poured wine and whispered names before sleep. The temples were many, and the gods were everywhere, not always listening, but always present. And the relationship was not about love. It was about survival. To be a mortal was to walk carefully, to give thanks quickly, to take no credit, even for your own genius, to hope, above all, to be overlooked. Because to be noticed by the gods was to become a story. And in Greek mythology, stories rarely ended well. The gods did not weep for mortals, they used them. Sometimes they gave gifts, yes. A golden touch here, a prophecy there. But the gifts often turned sour. Midas wished for everything he touched to turn to gold. And soon he could touch nothing. Not bread, not water, not his daughter. He begged for the gift to be taken back. It was. But not before he learned that divine generosity always has a price. Some mortals tried to outwit fate, but fate was older than the gods. The Moirai, the fates, spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Even Zeus could not undo what they wove. Oedipus tried, told he would kill his father and marry his mother. He fled the home he knew. And in doing so, he fulfilled the prophecy. The very effort to escape his doom brought it into being. That was the cruel beauty of Greek myth. No one was above fate, not kings, not queens, not heroes, and certainly not mortals. So why, one might wonder, did people keep believing in these gods? Why pray to deities who punished more than protected? Because the gods explained the world. The storms, the floods, the sudden illnesses, the way fortunes rose and fell. All of it could be seen in the stories. The gods gave shape to chaos. They made meaning from suffering. They were not just punishers. They were metaphors, archetypes, warnings in flesh. And for all their flaws, they were unforgettable. To be immortal in Greek mythology was to be temporary. A momentary flash of joy or error, a name in a line of verse, a thread in the great tapestry of fate. Sometimes brilliant, often blood-stained, always fragile. And somewhere above or beyond, the gods watched, amused, displeased, or merely curious. And you, little mortal, you simply did your best to survive the story. It's one thing to make a mistake and suffer for it, but imagine being doomed not because of what you did, but because of what your great-great-grandfather once said to a god, possibly while drunk, and possibly while losing at dice. In the world of Greek mythology, curses were not simply misfortunes. They were legacy items. Heirlooms passed down with the family name. You could inherit your father's nose, your mother's eyes, and a divine malediction that would ruin your entire bloodline for generations. It made for a dramatic family tree, heavy on nobility, light on happy endings. Consider, for example, the House of Atreus, a dynasty so steeped in doom that it makes the average soap opera look like a church picnic. The trouble began, as it so often does, with a quarrel between brothers. Atreus and Thyestes, sons of Pelops, squabbled over the Mycenaean throne. There was betrayal, adultery, and then, inevitably, cannibalism. Atreus, having discovered that his brother had an affair with his wife, decided the appropriate response was to serve him a feast of his own children, artfully roasted. Now, you might assume the gods would intervene here. Smite someone. Send a memo. But no. The gods simply nodded grimly and let the curse settle in like a stain. From that moment on, the family was doomed. Atreus' son Agamemnon went on to become the commander of the Greek forces in the Trojan War, a great honour. He also sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to get a favourable wind, spent 10 years at war, and was murdered in his bath upon returning home by his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover. His surviving children then had to decide whether avenging their father was more important than not murdering their mother. A difficult position, even by mythological standards. Orestes, the son, chose vengeance. He killed Clytemnestra, and was promptly hounded across the land by the Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, with snakes for hair and a passion for justice that did not forgive matricide. Only with divine intervention and a trial at the Areopagus in Athens was Orestes finally acquitted. But even then, the stain lingered. The House of Atreus was the cautionary tale of cautionary tales. A bloodline cursed with betrayal, madness, and murder. Not because each generation was evil, but because the weight of divine wrath could not be shaken off like old dust. And it wasn't just royal families who suffered this fate. Take Oedipus, poor, unfortunate Oedipus, born to Laius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes. Laius, like many mythical men, made a mistake. He abducted a young man, violating hospitality and sacred law. The gods frowned upon this, and a curse was laid. The prophecy came, their child would kill his father and marry his mother. Naturally, they did what any responsible parents might do. They tried to have the baby killed. But the servant they tasked with the job couldn't quite bring himself to do it. He left the child to die on a hillside instead. A shepherd found him. The boy was raised in Corinth, unaware of his origins. Years later, Oedipus, now a young man, heard a whisper of prophecy himself, that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Horrified, he fled Corinth, trying to outrun destiny. But you can't outpace the fates. He met Laius on the road. There was an argument, as ancient fathers and sons are wont to have. A fight broke out. One man died. Later, Oedipus married Jocasta, queen of Thebes, and had children. The truth came slowly, horribly. Jocasta hanged herself. Oedipus blinded himself. And their children, Antigone and her siblings, would inherit not just a ruined throne, but a family history thick with sorrow. Greek tragedy, you see, doesn't bother with happy endings. It begins with the seed of ruin and watches it grow. This idea that a family line could be cursed wasn't just poetic fiction. The Greeks believed in something called miasma, a kind of spiritual pollution. It could be inherited. You could be born unclean because of the sins of your ancestors. Blood cries out for more blood, and until the cycle is broken, through sacrifice, exile, or divine mercy, it continues. We might see it as metaphor today. Generational trauma, the sins of the father. But for the Greeks, it was very literal. A spiritual rot that clung to a name, not unlike mildew on stone. You could change your clothes, your city, even your gods, but the curse remained. And so we find mortals who live in fear, not of what they might do, but what they are, who they are. Perseus, hero and slayer of Medusa, was himself born of questionable circumstance. His mother, Danae, was locked in a bronze chamber by her father, who had heard a prophecy that her child would kill him. Zeus, never one to let bronze get in the way of romance, visited her in the form of golden rain, one of the stranger seduction tactics in myth. Danae conceived. Perseus was born. The king, aghast, did not kill the child, but set mother and son adrift at sea. They survived. Perseus thrived. Years later he returned and, entirely by accident, struck his grandfather dead with a discus at some friendly games. Fate fulfilled. Even when no one meant any harm, prophecy finds its loopholes. These stories reflect something deep in the Greek psyche. The idea that fate is not something you can bargain with. It is a web already woven, and every step you take simply tangles you further. Mortals tried to be clever. They tried to outthink destiny, but the gods always smiled quietly and let them try. Sometimes the curse was physical. The line of Cadmus, founder of Thebes, was riddled with misfortune. His descendants included Pentheus, torn apart by his own mother in a frenzy of Dionysian madness, and Actaeon, who accidentally saw Artemis bathing and was transformed into a stag, then hunted and killed by his own hounds. Cadmus himself, after a life of toil and tragedy, was turned into a serpent. His wife too. They slithered off into obscurity, perhaps the kindest ending in that entire family history. But not all cursed families were royal. Some were simply too beautiful for their own good. Take the tale of Phaedra, wife of Theseus. Her stepson, Hippolytus, was a devout follower of Artemis. So devout, in fact, that he shunned all love and scorned Aphrodite. And you can imagine how well that went. Aphrodite, goddess of love and vengeance, arranged for Phaedra to fall in love with him. It was unnatural, tragic. When he rejected her, she took her own life and left a note claiming he had attacked her. Theseus cursed his son, and Poseidon, never one to pass up a smiting, obliged. Hippolytus died, dashed against the rocks by his own chariot horses. You could die because your family was cursed, or because a god wanted revenge on someone you reminded them of, or simply because you existed in the orbit of doomed people. Misery was contagious. The Greeks didn't believe in fairness, not in the modern sense. They believed in Moira, one's share, one's portion of fate. Some were given great glory, others were given ruin, sometimes both. But what about redemption, you might ask? What about mortals who escaped the curse? They're rare, but not impossible. Orestes, hounded by the Furies, eventually received a trial in Athens. The jury was split, half for acquittal, half for condemnation. Athena herself cast the deciding vote, not in the name of justice but mercy. And in that moment, a new idea emerged, that law might one day replace vengeance, that perhaps a man need not be defined solely by his ancestors' crimes. It was a glimmer of hope, a small one. But there it was. In the meantime, the average mortal lived quietly, married carefully, prayed constantly, one eye on the gods, one foot in the dirt, hoping the sins of the father had not already taken root in the son. To be a mortal in Greek mythology was to live in a story that began long before you were born, and might not end until long after you were gone. Your life was a single verse in a tragic poem, shaped by bloodlines, curses, and the unpredictable whims of fate. You might rise, you might fall, but you would not escape the weight of your name. And if the gods whispered your family's name in Olympus, whether in praise or in jest, that was rarely a good sign. There are many lessons to learn from Greek mythology, but one stands above the rest, carved like a warning into the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Do not talk back to the gods. Don't question them. Don't correct them. Don't get clever, sarcastic, or poetic. Don't mutter under your breath. Don't sigh too loudly. And above all, do not, under any circumstances, try to win an argument, because they will hear you. They always do. And while gods may be immortal, their egos are surprisingly brittle. Take the case of Pentheus, king of Thebes, young, proud, fond of order. He ruled with a sharp eye and a firm hand. And then Dionysus arrived. Now, Dionysus was not your typical Olympian. Born of a mortal mother, Semele, and carried in Zeus's thigh, he straddled the line between divine and human, wild and civilized, wine and wrath. His worship was strange, ecstatic, dancing in the woods, drinking, shouting, shedding inhibition like a snakeskin. Pentheus, unimpressed, declared it nonsense. He banned Dionysian rites, arrested the god in disguise, mocked his long hair, and in the sort of fatal decision only a tragic character could make, decided to spy on the Bacchic women in their revels, dressed as one of them. He crept into the forest in a flowing gown, perched in a tree for a better view, and there, in the moonlight, the women saw him. But they did not see a man. Dionysus clouded their minds. They saw a lion. They attacked. His own mother, Agave, was first to reach him. She tore him down. He died in pieces, smiling up at the stars. The gods are nothing if not theatrical. Pentheus's crime? He laughed. He doubted. He told the gods they were nonsense. And the gods, it turns out, have a very clear opinion on nonsense. Another fellow who learned this the hard way was Capaneus, a warrior in the myth of the Seven against Thebes. He scaled the city walls, bold as brass, and declared aloud, in the middle of battle, that not even Zeus could stop him. Zeus did stop him, with a lightning bolt, instant death, crisped mid-sentence. There's a curious silence that follows stories like these, a kind of collective holding of breath, because the moral is never subtle. Speak out of turn, and you will be turned to ash, or stone, or mist, or a cautionary statue in some temple courtyard. Even those who told the truth, not lies, but inconvenient truths, were punished. Cassandra, Princess of Troy, was given the gift of prophecy by Apollo. But when she rejected his advances, or rather accepted the gift and then rejected him, he cursed her. She would still see the future, yes. She would see it clearly, brilliantly, unbearably, but no one would ever believe her. She warned of the Trojan horse, of the sack of the city, of her own death, and every word fell like dust. Disbelieved, ignored, dismissed. The gods, you see, don't mind if you're right, as long as it's flattering. If it's not, well, you'll find yourself yelling into the void. And sometimes the punishment came not from the god directly, but through the very forces of fate itself. Take Arachne. You'll remember her from earlier. The weaver who dared claim she was better than Athena. The detail often overlooked in her story is this. She was right. Her tapestry was beautiful. It told the truth. It depicted the gods' crimes, their disguises, their seductions. And Athena, though furious, could not deny the skill. So she destroyed the work. And the girl. Because it is not enough to be right. You must also be reverent. And in ancient Greece, reverence did not mean quiet belief. It meant submission. It's easy to judge the gods as petty. And to be fair, they often were. But their responses reflect something deeper about the way the Greeks saw the world. The gods were not moral exemplars. They were not just or fair in the way we use those terms now. They were powerful, and that, in the ancient world, was the only justice that mattered. Power could not be questioned without consequence. The gods represented not ideals, but forces. The sea was Poseidon, stormy, unpredictable, capable of bounty or destruction. Wisdom was Athena, cold, strategic, sometimes cruel. Love was Aphrodite, capricious, overwhelming, delightfully irrational. To insult a god was to insult the very fabric of the world. To question Artemis was to court death in childbirth. To laugh at Demeter was to risk famine. And the gods did not need to punish you personally. Sometimes they let your own words do the damage. Consider Niobe again, the queen who bragged about her many children, mocking Leto for having only 2. It was not just pride, it was speech. She voiced disrespect. She put it into the world. And so Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, struck her family down, one by one. When the last child died, Niobe fled to a mountain top and begged the gods to end her suffering. They granted her request, turned her to stone. Even her tears, they say, became part of the mountain, always weeping, never changing. It's tempting to imagine these stories as metaphors, cautionary tales for courtly behaviour. But in ancient Greece, they were lived truths. Not literal, perhaps, but deeply embedded in ritual and thought. People didn't just fear the gods, they feared saying the wrong thing near a shrine, making a joke during a sacrifice, yawning too loudly during a festival. Speech was power, and power could summon attention. And attention, divine attention, was rarely a blessing. The Greek term for this was asabeia, impiety. It didn't mean heresy in the modern sense. It meant acting improperly toward the divine, speaking out of turn, behaving without the right reverence. Socrates, the philosopher, was executed not for atheism, but for asabeia, corrupting the youth, introducing new gods, and failing to honour the old ones. The gods did not require you to love them, but they demanded respect. The curious thing is, the gods themselves rarely held to the same standard. Zeus was a serial adulterer. Hera was vengeful beyond reason. Poseidon flooded cities in fits of pique. Apollo flayed a man alive for losing a music contest. And yet, to question their actions was to invite ruin. It was a divine paradox. You were expected to worship beings whose flaws were legendary. And you had to do it with sincerity. And so, the average mortal developed a very pragmatic relationship with religion. You honoured the gods because it was safer that way. You made offerings. You said your prayers. You did not boast. You did not challenge. And if the gods smiled on you, wonderful. And if they didn't, you assumed you'd offended them somehow and tried harder. There's a quiet desperation in that, a sort of cosmic appeasement, a reminder that in a world ruled by immortals with bad tempers, the only real power mortals had was silence. Which brings us to another kind of punishment, not dramatic, not fiery, not sudden, but slow, oblivion. The Greeks believed in kleos, glory the kind that lives on in stories. But if you defied the gods in some quiet, unseen way, you might not be struck down. You might simply be forgotten. No songs, no statues, no name carved into stone. To be remembered was its own kind of immortality. To be erased was the cruelest fate of all. That, perhaps, is why so many Greek mortals died dramatically. They weren't just unlucky, they were memorable. To live quietly was safe, but it meant no glory, no legacy. And so mortals danced along a razor's edge, seeking renown but fearing offence, wanting to be known but not cursed, wanting most of all to speak their truth without being struck by lightning. But the gods were always listening, even when they pretended not to be, especially then. And so, dear listener, if you ever find yourself wandering the paths of ancient Greece, under a fig tree or beside a bubbling spring, and you feel tempted to complain aloud about your lot in life, perhaps wait until you're well out of earshot, because one of them might be listening, and one of them might be bored, and mortals who talk back tend not to talk long. You're walking along a dusty road. There's a cool breeze, the scent of thyme and olive in the air, and the sound of distant goats. All is calm. All is ordinary. And then, suddenly, a creature the size of a house steps out from behind a rock and decides you look like lunch. Welcome to a fairly typical Tuesday in ancient Greek mythology. For mortals, the world was never just fields and sky. It was also lairs. Caves, cliffs, forests thick with teeth and scales. You never quite knew what might be lurking behind the next olive tree. A shepherd, a satyr, or a three-headed dog. The Greeks were particularly fond of monsters. Not in the way modern stories might treat them. Misunderstood, sympathetic, tragic. No, their monsters were, generally speaking, quite content being horrible. They didn't need complex motivations, they just needed appetites. And unfortunately, mortals were often the preferred dish. Let us begin with one of the greats, the Chimera. Not just one beast, but three. A lion in the front, a goat sprouting from its back, and a snake for a tail. It breathed fire, of course, because why not? Its purpose in life appeared to be to roam the countryside, burning livestock and incinerating anyone with a torch and a sword who thought they might make a name for themselves. Heroic, yes, but also flammable. Then there's Scylla. Poor sailors. They thought the worst part of their journey was the open sea, the storms, the pirates, the hunger. But then they reached the straits, narrow and perilous. On one side, a whirlpool named Charybdis, which could suck down entire ships like a drunkard draining a wineskin, and on the other, Scylla, a rock-dwelling horror with 12 legs, 6 heads, and a fondness for plucking sailors off decks like hors d'oeuvres. There was no safe route. If you steered away from one, you veered too close to the other. And in life, as in myth, some choices are not about winning. They're about minimizing how much of your crew you lose. Or take the Minotaur. Half man, half bull. Raised in a labyrinth so complex that even its builder barely escaped. This monster was the result of a long and unfortunate chain of divine meddling and royal bad judgment. A queen enchanted to fall in love with a bull, an architect with too much imagination, and a child born of that union, imprisoned forever in darkness. The Athenians, having displeased King Minos of Crete, were forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens every 9 years as tribute, to be released into the labyrinth. None returned. Until, of course, Theseus came along with his ball of string and healthy levels of self-confidence. But for decades before that, the Minotaur simply ate. That was the thing about monsters in Greek mythology. They weren't just dangers, they were reminders, symbols, warnings perhaps, that the world wasn't made for human comfort. That out there, in the deep places, the gods had let chaos roam free. And mortals? Mortals were often the price paid for order. The Sphinx, perched outside Thebes, was another such price. She asked riddles. If you answered incorrectly, she killed you. For weeks, months, perhaps even years, travellers passed, tried, failed, died. Until Oedipus, clever, doomed Oedipus, came along and answered her question correctly. The Sphinx leapt from her perch and perished, which sounds like a victory, until you remember that this was only the beginning of Oedipus's troubles. Solving one monster's riddle only led him deeper into the riddle of his own blood. These creatures weren't all created equal either. Some were born of primordial forces, like Typhon, a storm demon so massive and terrible that the gods themselves fled Olympus when he rose. Others were spawned by Echidna, the mother of all monsters, who seemed to have a very productive relationship with Typhon, birthing Hydra, Cerberus, and a host of other delightful creatures best admired from a distance. Hydra, for instance, was a serpent with multiple heads. When you cut one off, 2 more grew in its place. A handy metaphor, really, for problems that get worse the more you meddle. Or, in the case of Heracles, just another day's work. Heracles, the closest thing Greek mythology has to a full-time monster exterminator, spent his life dealing with the gods' unfinished business. Giant boars, man-eating birds, hellhounds, all sent his way, usually as part of a labour assigned by a cowardly king or an angry god. One gets the sense that the Olympians didn't like clearing up their messes. They just created monsters, then waited for some sweaty mortal with a club to solve the problem. And when he did, they might grant him a wreath, or more likely, send him another one. Even beautiful creatures could be deadly. The sirens, for instance, sat on craggy rocks by the sea, singing songs so sweet that sailors forgot themselves. Forgot food, sleep, wives, children, everything. They steered toward the sound, dashed their ships on the rocks, and died smiling. Odysseus, clever man that he was, stuffed his crew's ears with wax and tied himself to the mast just to hear their song without being lured. a rare case of a man encountering a monster and surviving with his life and ego intact. More often, mortals stumbled upon danger with no warning. A flash of feathers, a shadow in the sky, a hiss from a cave. The ancient Greek countryside in myth was riddled with hazards, not just beasts, but divine punishments given form. And yet, despite all this, monsters were necessary. They gave heroes something to fight. They shaped stories into arcs, from fear to confrontation to sometimes triumph. But for the ordinary mortal, the non-hero, the farmer or fisher or child caught in the crossfire, they were simply a reminder that the world was not safe. Imagine living in a time when no explanation existed for earthquakes or droughts, where disease had no clear cause, where lightning struck without warning. The world must have seemed full of unseen forces. And so the Greeks filled that uncertainty with teeth and wings and claws. But monsters were not just symbols of nature. They were also warnings about behaviour. Take Medusa. She began, in some versions, as a beautiful maiden. But after Poseidon assaulted her in Athena's temple, the goddess punished her, not Poseidon, by turning her into a gorgon, snake hair, petrifying gaze, solitude eternal. What was she really? A monster? Or a woman transformed by divine wrath into something others should fear? Perhaps both. The Greeks understood that monsters were not just born, they were made. Often they were mortals first, changed by curses, by jealousy, by vengeance. The line between human and beast was always thin. Lycaon, for example, was a king who served Zeus human flesh disguised as hospitality. In return, he was turned into a wolf. An early werewolf tale, if you like, but also a message: offend the gods, and you might lose more than your manners. Even lovers of gods could become monsters. Take Lamia, once a queen of Libya, beloved by Zeus. Hera, naturally, took offence. As punishment, Lamia's children were slain. Grief drove her mad. Hera then added a cruel twist. Lamia was cursed never to sleep and to devour the children of others. She became a night-stalking demon, feared in lullabies. But beneath the horror was sorrow. Her monstrousness was not her fault. It was her sentence. In this way, monsters in Greek myth were often tragic. Not in a soft, modern sense, but in the hard, classical sense of the word. They suffered, they frightened, they died, but they were never senseless. They meant something. Even Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades, had his purpose. He stood at the gates of the underworld, let souls in, did not let them out. A monster, yes, but also a guardian, a cosmic border collie of sorts. And so mortals lived with monsters not just in story, but in worldview. They were the teeth in the darkness, the consequences of divine will, or human folly, or simply the old world not yet tamed. No mortal could kill them all. No city could be safe forever. But they endured. They built temples to gods who might keep monsters away. They passed down tales, how to defeat them, how to avoid them, how to live with knowledge that they might always be nearby. For some, monsters were an invitation, a chance to rise, to become a hero, to carve their name in the annals of myth. For others, they were just bad luck, a wrong turn, a scream in the night. And for most, they were simply a reminder that the world was not made for their comfort. It was a place of beauty, yes, but also of wings in the sky, scales beneath the waves, eyes in the dark. And when the gods were bored, or careless, or cruel, they let the monsters roam free. There's a strange thing about Greek heroes. They shine like stars in poetry, cast in bronze, immortalized in epic. Their names echo through the centuries: Achilles, Heracles, Jason, Odysseus. But if you pause a moment and really look at their stories, not the glory, but the lives themselves, you might begin to wonder, was it worth it? Because to be a hero in Greek mythology was to be famous, yes, but also to be hunted, cursed, betrayed, punished, exiled, tormented by the gods, and, without fail, to die tragically. You were heroic, but you were disposable. Let's begin with the most obvious case, Achilles, the poster boy of Greek heroism. Stronger than all, faster than most, and blessed or cursed with a choice. Live a long, quiet life in obscurity, or die young and gain eternal glory. Naturally, he chose the latter. This is Greek myth, after all. Longevity was never fashionable. So he sailed for Troy, fought for 10 long years, killed Hector, dragged his body around the city walls, and then one morning was struck down by a single arrow, guided by Apollo, fired by Paris, and aimed at the one soft place on his body, the heel. It's poetic, of course, but also rather deflating. All that strength, all that wrath. And in the end, one tiny vulnerability was enough. Because heroes were never allowed to simply age. They didn't retire. They didn't settle down and write memoirs. They didn't even get to enjoy their triumphs. They existed to die at the right moment, in the right way, for the right song to be sung. And the gods made sure of it. Heracles, or Hercules, if you prefer the Latin form, is another fine example. A man so strong he held up the sky, cleaned the stables of Algaeus in a single afternoon, and strangled snakes in his cradle. But for all his power, he was never free. The 12 labours, those famous feats, were not optional. They were penance. You see, in a fit of madness sent by Hera, Heracles killed his wife and children. The punishment? Service. Labour. Tasks so monstrous they might as well have been death sentences. And even after completing them, he didn't get peace. His life ended in agony, poisoned by a tunic soaked in centaur blood, a gift from his second wife, who had been tricked into thinking it would ensure his fidelity. He died on a pyre, flames consuming the mortal half of him, the divine half ascending to Olympus. Yes, the gods welcomed him in the end, but only after they had burned him down to his bones. Then there's Jason. Handsome, charming, ambitious Jason. He assembled the finest team in mythology, the Argonauts, and sailed off to win the Golden Fleece. It was a dazzling journey. Monsters, clashing rocks, enchanted lands, and of course Medea, the brilliant, terrifying sorceress who helped him succeed, killed for him, betrayed her family for him. And what did he do when they returned? He married another woman, Medea responded, as Medea does, by murdering their children and leaving him broken and alone. Jason, once so glorious, died years later when a beam from his rotting ship fell and crushed him. A hero, forgotten, killed not by war or wrath, but by neglect and gravity. These men, lion-hearted, battle-scarred, were never truly safe. Not from monsters, nor from their friends, nor even from their own choices. Their greatness didn't protect them. In fact, it often attracted the worst. The gods were quick to take offence at mortals who gained too much glory. After all, divine attention was rarely a compliment. Ask Bellerophon. He was a proper hero. Tamer of Pegasus, slayer of the Chimera. A man favoured by the gods. And then one day he decided to fly Pegasus up to Olympus. Not to conquer, just to visit. It did not go well. Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Bellerophon fell. Survived, technically, but was crippled, blind, and lived out his days wandering alone, hated by gods and men alike. Because the one thing a mortal must never do is try to sit at the table of the divine. That's not to say heroism wasn't admired. The Greeks celebrated it in song and sculpture. But there was always a sense of danger about it. A sense that to rise too high was to invite the fall. And nowhere is that clearer than in the story of Ajax, a giant among men, a warrior of unmatched strength and courage. After Achilles' death, his armour was to be awarded to the next greatest Greek. Ajax expected it. Odysseus received it. Humiliated, maddened, Ajax plotted revenge. But Athena clouded his mind. He slaughtered livestock, thinking they were his comrades. When he came to his senses, grief-stricken and dishonoured, he fell on his own sword. No enemy defeated him. Only shame. It's important to understand how the Greeks viewed glory, kleos, as they called it. It was not just fame, it was the legacy of your deeds. What would be remembered after you were gone? What poets would sing? What statues would show? And because the afterlife was, frankly, rather dismal, grey fields, wandering shades, no wine to speak of, kleos was the only immortality that mattered. To be forgotten was worse than death. And so heroes chased danger, risked everything. They weren't reckless because they were foolish. They were desperate for meaning, for memory, for a life that would echo. And yet, there's a quiet sadness to it all. Odysseus, for instance, won the war at Troy through cunning. The Trojan horse was his idea, and after the war, he spent 10 years trying to get home, battling storms, monsters, temptations, all because he had once boasted that his triumphs were his own, and Poseidon took that very personally. Even when he reached Ithaca at last, his troubles weren't over. He had to slaughter a houseful of suitors, rebuild trust with his wife, reassert his kingship. It was never over. Not really. Because in Greek myth, the hero never gets to rest. And when they do, it often means they're dead. Even the great Perseus, who slew Medusa and rescued Andromeda, ends not in triumph, but in obscurity. His victories made him famous, yes, but he fades from the story, settles down, vanishes from the epic stage. Glory, it seems, has an expiration date. The women of mythology, too, had their share of heroic suffering. Though less often sung by bards, their stories are no less seared by pain. Atalanta, for example, swiftest of runners, deadliest of hunters. She swore never to marry unless beaten in a foot race. Many tried, all failed. Until one man, Hippomenes, used golden apples from Aphrodite to distract her. He won, they married, and then caught in a moment of passion, they made love in a sacred temple. The gods, of course, were not amused. They were turned into lions, forever circling, never resting. So many Greek heroes ended up transformed, not exalted but altered, humbled, made into animals or stars or flowers, their stories twisted by divine hands into reminders for the rest of us. Be brave, yes, but not too brave. Be famous, yes, but not too proud. Live brightly, but do not outshine the gods. Even those who served the gods directly could not count on safety. Asclepius, son of Apollo, became so skilled in healing that he learned to raise the dead. A noble calling, perhaps, but one that annoyed Hades. Death was, after all, part of the cosmic order. So Zeus killed him with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes who made the bolt. In turn, Zeus banished Apollo to serve as a mortal shepherd, a cascade of punishment. Even the divine could be demoted, the heroic undone. And yet, despite all this, the danger, the madness, the inevitable fall, mortals still aspired to be heroes. They volunteered for quests, they prayed for signs, they followed omens into forests full of fangs and fire, because obscurity was worse, cowardice unthinkable, a quiet life almost shameful. The Greeks didn't want safe stories. They wanted ones worth telling. And so, over and over, mortals gave themselves to the gods and the monsters and the wars and the wounds. Not for peace, but for song. The bards remembered them. We remember them. They were chewed up by myth, yes, but they were not forgotten. They were heroic, and they were disposable. But perhaps, just perhaps, they knew that going in. Love, they say, makes the world go round. But in Greek mythology, it more often sends it spinning wildly off course than straight into a ditch. Because in the world of gods and mortals, love wasn't the soft, rose-petalled notion we like to imagine today. It was far more treacherous, a force of nature, or worse, a divine weapon. It could bless, yes, but more often it ruined. And for mortals, falling in love, or worse, being loved by a god, was one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. Let's begin with a cautionary tale, one of the most beautiful, Pygmalion, a sculptor from Cyprus, gifted and solitary. He carved a statue of a woman, not just beautiful, but perfect. So perfect, in fact, that he fell in love with her, whispered to her, brought her gifts, dressed her in fine robes. A little odd, perhaps, but harmless enough. Then he went to the temple of Aphrodite and asked gently, reverently, for a bride like the statue. The goddess, amused or perhaps flattered, answered. The statue came to life. A happy ending, one might think. But look closer. Pygmalion didn't fall in love with a woman. He created one. She had no past, no family, no memories. She existed only to please him. The Greeks didn't bother to give her a name until Roman poets did centuries later. Love, in this case, was not a relationship. It was possession, dressed in poetry. But far more often, love in myth wasn't about creation. It was about punishment. Take Narcissus. A young man so stunning that people fell in love with him on sight. But he showed no interest, no affection, no kindness. One rejected soul prayed to the gods for vengeance, and they delivered it. Narcissus came to a still pool, saw his own reflection, fell in love. Unable to touch the image, unable to look away, he withered, died, and where he fell a flower grew, delicate, pale, always bowing toward the water. The Greeks knew what we now call toxic self-regard, but they turned it into a myth, a warning, softly blooming by the riverbank. Then there's poor Echo, a nymph who talked too much. By some accounts, she used to distract Hera, while Zeus conducted his usual affairs. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo so she could only repeat what others said. She met Narcissus, loved him silently, helplessly, repeated his words back to him like a plea, and when he spurned her, she faded, only her voice remained. Love, in Greek mythology, was not a gentle bond between equals. It was more often a trap. Consider Orpheus and Eurydice, a poet, a lyre player, a man whose music could charm birds from trees and tears from stone. When Eurydice died, bitten by a serpent on their wedding day, Orpheus did what no mortal had dared. He went to the underworld to fetch her back. He played, he pleaded, and for once the gods listened. They let her go. On one condition: he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. He agreed, walked ahead, listened to her footsteps behind. But doubt crept in. What if she wasn't there? What if they'd tricked him? He turned, and in that instant Eurydice was gone again, this time forever. He lived on, played on, until in one version he was torn apart by Maenads, wild women of Dionysus, because he would no longer love anyone but his lost bride. Even when the love was mutual, the story rarely ended well. Take Phaedra and Hippolytus. He was handsome, chaste, devoted to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and of purity. His stepmother, Phaedra, was cursed by Aphrodite to fall in love with him, an impossible, shameful desire. She fought it, hid it, but eventually confessed. And when he rejected her, she took her own life, leaving a note claiming he had assaulted her. Theseus, his father, cursed him. Poseidon sent a sea monster. Hippolytus died, dragged by his chariot horses along the rocks. Aphrodite and Artemis, the goddesses who stood behind the drama, ended the tale by mourning their respective champions. Love, once again, proved fatal. And of course, there's the story of Paris and Helen. He was a Trojan prince. She, the most beautiful woman in the world, and very much married. Paris awarded a golden apple to Aphrodite in a divine beauty contest, and she gave him Helen in return. It was not a gentle elopement. It was an abduction, or perhaps a seduction, depending on which version you read. But either way, it was enough to launch 1,000 ships. The Trojan War followed. 10 years of slaughter, cities burned, heroes died. All for one woman and one ill-advised divine bribe. To love, in myth, was to gamble. To be loved, even more so. Especially if the lover was a god. Zeus, of course, was the most infamous. He appeared to mortals as a bull, a swan, a shower of gold, an eagle, a cloud. Romantic, perhaps, if you ignore the implications. His lovers suffered. Semele was incinerated. Io was turned into a cow. Leda bore children who hatched from eggs. Europa was carried across the sea. Danae conceived Perseus in a locked chamber. And Callisto, after being seduced or assaulted, depending on the version, was turned into a bear. Her son nearly killed her. The gods finally placed them in the stars, Ursa Major and Minor. A consolation prize, if ever there was one. Aphrodite herself was no gentler. When she fell in love with the mortal Anchises, she warned him not to tell anyone. He did, bragged about it, and was struck by lightning, or made lame, or blinded. The myths vary, but the moral does not. Even being loved by a goddess could ruin you. There's a strange logic to all of this. Love, in the Greek imagination, wasn't controllable. It wasn't rational. It was divine madness. Eros. Not the soft affection of Odin romance, but a kind of possession. When you were in love, you were no longer yourself. And that, in a society that prized moderation, dignity, and restraint, was deeply unsettling. The god Eros, or Cupid, as the Romans later called him, was not a cherub. He was a force, a spark of chaos. To be struck by his arrows was to lose your will, your reason, your control. And mortals, bound as they were by duty and fate, could not afford to lose control. Even in history, this theme persisted. The Greeks saw love as something that could be both civilizing and destructive. Marriage was a social contract, important, yes, sacred even, but passion, eros, was something else. Dangerous, powerful, not to be trusted. In their dramas, love leads to downfall. In their temples, it's a force to be worshipped carefully. And in their myths, it is almost always tragic. Psyche, a mortal princess, was so beautiful that people stopped worshipping Aphrodite. The goddess, furious, sent Eros to make her fall in love with a monster. But Eros fell in love with her himself. He visited her at night in darkness, never revealing his face. She was forbidden to look. Of course she did. He fled. She wandered the earth, performing impossible tasks to win him back. Eventually they were reunited. She was made immortal. One of the rare happy endings, but only after a great deal of divine humiliation, grief, and symbolic death. So why, one might ask, did the Greeks keep telling these stories? Because love, to them, was never safe, but it was always real. It was the crack in the armour, the madness in the king, the pull between mortal and divine. They feared it, revered it, wrapped it in myth so they might understand it, or at least contain it. And perhaps that's why love remains so compelling in their stories. Not because it leads to joy, but because it leads somewhere. Downward, inward, forward, into ruin, into glory, into madness. For the mortal caught in the grip of love, there was no map, no safe path. Only the hope that the gods would look away just this once. But they rarely did. Because for them, love was a tool, a game, and for mortals, it was a trap. You'd think, after everything, the curses, the monsters, the heartbreak, and the gods with personal vendettas, that mortals in Greek mythology might be rewarded with something a little gentler after death. A nice rest, a sun-dappled meadow, perhaps a reunion with loved ones and a bit of harp music in the background. But no, because in Greek mythology, death wasn't the end of suffering. It was the beginning of something far more bureaucratic. The afterlife was not heaven. It was not hell. It was mostly grey. And if you were a mortal, even a decent one, the best you could usually hope for after dying was to become a mildly confused shade, wandering aimlessly across a dull plain for eternity, without sunlight, identity, or purpose. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. This was the Greek default. Not a place of torture, not exactly, but neither was it comforting. It was bland, unchanging, a sort of cosmic waiting room, where the dead drifted about like leaves in a windless forest, remembering less and less as the centuries rolled by. You weren't punished, you simply were. And if that sounds bleak, well, it was. But let's back up a little. Let's talk logistics. When a person died, their soul, the psyche, separated from the body and made its way to the underworld, guided by Hermes, who handled, among other things, the delivery of souls. One imagines him like a sort of mythological courier, stylish and swift, if perhaps a bit impersonal. The soul would arrive at the banks of the river Styx, where Charon, the grim-faced ferryman, awaited with his boat. Payment was expected, usually an obol, a coin placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased at burial. Those without proper burial, or without the coin, were doomed to wander the shore for 100 years, voiceless and unable to cross. A chilling thought, really. The journey to the afterlife could be delayed simply by a careless undertaker. Once ferried across the river, assuming everything went smoothly, the soul would enter the realm of Hades. Not the god himself, though he was there too, in a distant, shadowy palace, but the place, the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound who let you in, but most certainly not out. And here your fate was decided. But not by gods, not usually. The Greek afterlife had a staff, 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Mortals once, and but now the eternal arbiters of the dead. They examined your life, your deeds, your crimes, your sacrifices, and based on this celestial audit, you were sorted. If you were truly vile, a betrayer, a murderer, a blasphemer of extraordinary talent, you might be sent to Tartarus. Not just a deep pit, but the pit. A vast abyss of torment, located even below Hades itself. Here, the worst offenders endured punishments designed not just for pain, but for poetic symmetry. Tantalus, who murdered his own son and served him to the gods, was made to stand forever in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached for the fruit or bent to drink, they slipped just out of reach. He was forever hungry, forever thirsty, forever tantalized. Sisyphus, who cheated death twice, once by tricking Thanatos, the spirit of death, and once by convincing his wife not to bury him, was condemned to roll a boulder uphill for all eternity. Each time it neared the summit, it rolled back down. The punishment wasn't just hard labour, it was the futility of effort, the endless repetition of hope undone. Then there was Ixion. He tried to seduce Hera, not a wise move. Zeus bound him to a flaming wheel that spins without end, an eternal reminder that some mortal ambitions were simply not worth the risk. But here's the thing, these were rare fates. Tartarus was not overcrowded. Most souls were not evil enough for torment, nor good enough for reward. Which brings us back to the Asphodel Meadows, the realm of the ordinary dead, the decent, the forgettable, the ones who paid their taxes, said their prayers, and didn't cause too much trouble. They simply drifted. And as the centuries passed, they forgot who they were. Forgotten by the living, unremarkable among the dead, they faded. Not erased. The Greeks didn't believe in annihilation, but reduced, diminished, present, but without sharpness. It wasn't punishment. It was entropy. But not all souls ended there. A fortunate few, heroes, the exceptionally just, or those favoured by the gods, were granted entry into the Elysian fields. Now this, finally, was something approaching reward, a land of endless spring, gentle breezes, music, feasts, athletic contests, if you fancied a bit of running after death, the elite of the afterlife. Achilles was there, though, in Homer's telling, he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. When Odysseus visits the underworld and speaks to Achilles, the great warrior says he would rather be a living servant to a poor man than a king among the dead, which rather dampens the appeal. Still, the Elysian fields offered peace, if not pleasure. And if you lived particularly well, or were reincarnated and lived well again, you might be allowed to stay there forever. A sort of celestial retirement plan for the morally consistent. The Greeks did, in time, entertain the idea of reincarnation. Plato, ever the philosopher, wrote of souls being judged, then choosing their next life based on the lessons learned. A philosopher might become a king. A tyrant, perhaps, a dung beetle. Your fate, in this telling, was shaped by what you valued. Wisdom led to clarity. Vanity led to repetition. It was not universal belief, more a philosophical add-on, but it showed that even the Greeks longed for some sense of justice beyond the grave. Still, for most, the underworld remained what it always had been, a place of silence. There was no divine light, no reward for faith. The gods of Olympus lived forever, but mortals, even beloved mortals, sank into shadow. Even the heroes who visited the underworld, Odysseus, Aeneas, Orpheus, came away changed, haunted. It was not a place you left without consequence. And mortals who tried to cheat death? Well, they rarely succeeded. Orpheus, as we've seen, looked back too soon. Persephone, stolen by Hades, ate 6 seeds of a pomegranate and was bound to return each year. Even Heracles, who went to fetch Cerberus as one of his labours, barely escaped unscathed. Death, in Greek thought, was not evil. It was inevitable, unavoidable. It did not judge or weep or rage. It simply came. Thanatos, the spirit of death, was not cruel. He was quiet, pale, winged. He did not chase, he arrived. And when he did, your story ended. Or rather, it continued. Just without plot. The funeral rituals reflected this view. The Greeks took burial seriously. It wasn't about grief alone. It was necessity. To be unburied was to be trapped, restless, cut off. Even enemies were sometimes buried by their foes, simply to ensure their souls wouldn't linger. And libations, offerings poured into the earth, were common. Wine, milk, honey, olive oil. Not because the dead could drink them, but because it kept the bond intact. The living honoured the dead, and in doing so reminded themselves that their own journey would someday lead below. So they prayed, sacrificed, built tombs, whispered names. Not out of fear precisely, but out of duty. Because the afterlife, though quiet, was not entirely empty. And memory in the Greek imagination was the only thing that could truly outlive death. If no one remembered you, you faded. If they did, if they told your stories, visited your grave, spoke your name, you lingered. Dimly, softly, but still. And so the greatest fear was not fire or punishment. It was being forgotten. That's why heroes chased glory. Why poets wrote epics. Why names were carved into stone. Because even if the gods ignored you, even if fate consumed you, perhaps someone somewhere would remember. And in that memory you would remain. Just a little longer. Imagine, if you will, living every moment of your life with the unsettling feeling that someone is watching you. Not just someone, dozens of someones. From the sky, the sea, the forest, the hearth, the sun, the shadows. Some are interested in your offerings. Some are interested in your mistakes. And all of them have opinions. That was the world of a mortal in ancient Greece. The gods weren't distant. They didn't reside in some heavenly realm beyond the clouds, emerging only for cosmic events. No, they were everywhere, in every flame, breeze, groan of timber, rustle of olive leaf. They were always watching. And more troubling still, they were judging. They noticed everything. What you offered, what you said, what you didn't say, whether you were clean, whether you were honest, whether you looked the wrong direction during a festival, or sneezed at the wrong moment in a temple. They watched you because you mattered, and also because you didn't. The gods, after all, had a tendency to fixate on mortals the way children fixate on ants. Fascinated, occasionally kind, often cruel. Even if you weren't a hero or a villain, even if you were just a simple fisherman or potter or widow selling figs at the market, you still lived under their gaze. And that meant you were always one missed prayer away from misfortune. Take Actaeon, a perfectly decent young man, a hunter, a man fond of dogs and the quiet of the woods. One day, while wandering in the forest, he happened to stumble upon a glade. A soft breeze moved through the trees. Birds chirped, and there, bathing in a secluded pool, was Artemis, goddess of the hunt, the moon, and fiercely guarded chastity. He did not speak. He did not stare. He simply saw her. That was enough. She turned. Her eyes met his. And without a word, she transformed him into a stag. His own dogs, loyal, sharp-toothed, and now very confused, tore him to pieces. The message was clear. Innocence was not a defence. The gods were watching, and they did not take kindly to being seen. Then there's the story of Baucis and Philemon, a rare happy tale, but one with a sharp edge. Zeus and Hermes, disguised as poor travellers, wandered from door to door in a village, seeking shelter. House after house turned them away. Some mocked them, some slammed the door. Only one cottage opened, a humble home shared by an elderly couple. They had little, but they gave freely: bread, olives, wine, and kindness. And so the gods, having revealed themselves, rewarded them. They turned the rude neighbours' homes to ash, flooded the village. Baucis and Philemon were spared. Their cottage transformed into a temple. They were made priests, and when they died, they became two trees, intertwined forever. It's a sweet story, but behind the blessing is a darker truth. The gods were testing you, secretly, constantly, and you never knew when. It might be a beggar at your table, a stranger at the crossroads, a coin dropped on the road. Pass the test, and you might be honoured. Fail, and you might be turned into a tree, or a statue, or dust. There was no formal notice, no warning sign, no heavenly voice saying, "This is a test." You simply had to assume that the gods were watching, and that they were not easily impressed. Hospitality, Xenia, as it was known, was sacred. To mistreat a guest was to insult Zeus himself, who was said to protect strangers and wanderers. But the same went for offerings, for sacrifices, for public festivals. Everything had to be done properly. The right words, the right steps, the right incense. And if it wasn't, well, perhaps the crops would fail. Perhaps your ship would sink. Perhaps your firstborn would cough once, then never again. There was no divine memo, no official notification that you'd offended a god. You had to piece it together. Was it Hera? Was it Apollo? Was it because you poured the wine with your left hand? There's a kind of divine paranoia embedded in ancient Greek life. Not neurotic fear, exactly, but a constant awareness that every action had meaning, and every oversight might carry consequences. And with so many gods, Olympians, Titans, river gods, tree spirits, household deities, nymphs of spring and stream, the chances of accidentally offending one were, frankly, rather high. Even saying a god's name in the wrong context could cause trouble. The poet Hesiod warned of speaking ill of the god after dark. Night was sacred. Silence was better. Safer. And yet, silence too could be dangerous. Because what if the gods expected thanks? Or tribute? Or song? And so, mortals lived in a kind of delicate balancing act, speaking just enough, offering just enough, fearing just enough. Too much reverence, and you might seem insincere. Too little, and you'd seem ungrateful. It was a kind of cosmic etiquette. And the gods, like all finicky dinner guests, paid very close attention to manners. Then there were the temples. Grand, beautiful spaces of marble and gold and flickering flame. But also homes, the gods' homes. And like any guest, you had to behave. You had to wash, to dress properly, to bring gifts, and above all, to mean it. Because the gods weren't just watching your actions, they were watching your heart. Piety was not a checklist, it was a posture of being, and mortals were expected to hold that posture forever. Even the festivals, which could be joyful, were serious business. The Dionysia, for example, with its theatre and wine and revelry, wasn't just a party. It was a religious act. If you laughed too much at the wrong play, or didn't laugh at all, it could be seen as an insult. Your enjoyment, your laughter, your participation, all part of the offering. Even at weddings and funerals, the gods were present, watching, judging. Did the bride offer properly to Hera? Was Hermes honoured for guiding the dead? Were the laments sung loudly enough? Did the family remember to purify the house afterwards? Every detail mattered, because in Greek mythology, the gods did not need your affection, but they demanded your respect, and they were always ready to correct you. Sometimes the judgment came quietly. A sudden illness, a failed harvest, a fishless season. Other times it came dramatically. A storm at sea, a madness in the family, a voice in the night, and once in a while it came with lightning, because Zeus did love a good thunderbolt. Even historians of the time, like Herodotus, recorded events with divine judgment in mind. A king fell. Clearly he'd offended the gods. A city burned. Someone must have grown too proud. There was always a moral to the misfortune, always a finger pointing skyward. And so people told stories, remembered missteps, warned children, left small offerings on windowsills, whispered apologies to trees, sprinkled libations into the earth, just in case. Because when the gods were angry, they might destroy you. But when they were merely curious, that could be worse. Curiosity led to tests, to games, to strange dreams and stranger omens, to impossible choices with no right answer, and still mortals played along. They told their myths, built their temples, painted their pots with stories of judgment and justice and divine caprice, not because they loved their gods, but because they understood them. The gods were like storms, beautiful, unpredictable, necessary, and so long as you honoured them, or at least tried to, perhaps they'd pass over your house without striking. Perhaps, but there were no guarantees, because the gods were watching, and they were always judging. There is a unique kind of cruelty in knowing your fate, and being utterly powerless to change it. That, in essence, was the Greek prophecy. Not a warning to be avoided, not a guide to be followed, but a sentence spoken aloud. In mythology, prophecies weren't meant to help you. They were meant to trap you. They didn't just tell the future. They ensured it would happen. Even the act of trying to escape a prophecy was, more often than not, the very thing that fulfilled it. For mortals, this was particularly agonizing, because the gods might tell you what was coming, but they would never, under any circumstance, explain how to survive it. Take, for example, the most famous case of all, Oedipus, a prince born in Thebes. A child prophesied to kill his father and marry his mother. His parents, understandably horrified, tried to kill him, a standard reaction in mythology. They pierced his ankles, tied him up, and left him on a mountain to die. But fate is rather good at navigating mountains. A shepherd found him, raised him far away in Corinth, unaware of his true origins. And one day, when Oedipus himself heard the prophecy, he did what seemed logical. He ran, fled Corinth, determined never to return, so he might avoid killing his father. On the road, he quarrelled with a stranger, the kind of heated, masculine misunderstanding one expects at a crossroads. He killed a man. Later he arrived in Thebes, saved the city from the Sphinx, married the queen, and slowly, terribly, the truth emerged. The man he'd killed, his real father, the queen, his mother. The prophecy had come true, not because he ignored it, but because he tried to stop it. That, you see, is how Greek prophecy works. It does not lie, but it never helps. It tells you what, never how, and certainly never why. Even heroes were not exempt. Take Perseus. The prophecy said he would kill his grandfather, Acrisius. So Acrisius, naturally, locked his daughter, Danae, in a bronze chamber to prevent her from ever having children. Zeus, always up for a challenge, entered the chamber anyway, as a shower of gold. Mythology is full of these sorts of unorthodox relationships. Perseus was born, sent away, grew up, became a hero. Years later, at some friendly games, he threw a discus. A stray wind, a bad bounce. The discus flew into the crowd and struck his grandfather dead. Prophecy fulfilled. No malice, no design. Just fate doing what fate does. Then there's Croesus, the famously wealthy king of Lydia. Before waging war against the Persians, he consulted the oracle at Delphi, as one did. The oracle told him, if you cross the river, a great empire will fall. Croesus, confident, charged into battle, and he lost. The empire that fell was his own. The message was accurate, just not in the way he'd hoped. The Greeks understood this paradox. They didn't see fate as a riddle to be solved, but as a thread to be followed, whether you liked it or not. The Moirai, the Fates, were 3 ancient goddesses who governed every mortal's life. Clotho spun the thread. Lachesis measured it. Atropos cut it. Even the gods respected them. Even Zeus. Because fate was older than Olympus, older than time. And the oracles, those haunted priestesses who spoke the will of Apollo, were not inventing their words, they were merely translating. The most famous oracle, of course, was the Pythia at Delphi. She sat on a tripod over a chasm in the temple floor, inhaling vapours, probably from naturally occurring gases, and spoke in riddles. Kings consulted her before wars, generals before campaigns, farmers before planting, and she would answer, but always vaguely. Always with just enough ambiguity to keep things interesting. Ask how long you'll live, and she might say, when the eagle leaves its nest, so too shall your flame go out. Ask if your son will return from battle, and she might reply, he will bring glory to your name, though not your house. Technically true, practically useless. It wasn't that the gods enjoyed confusing mortals. Well, actually, they did enjoy it a little. But prophecy for them was more like theatre. A carefully written script where mortals played their roles. And no one, not even the protagonist, could skip a line. This made life rather tense for those who were prophesied about. Take Paris of Troy. At his birth, a prophecy warned he would bring about the destruction of his city. So he was abandoned on a hillside. A recurring theme. But of course he survived. Grew up. Became handsome, charming, rather fond of judging divine beauty contests. 1 golden apple, 1 seduction of Helen, 1 10-year war later, prophecy fulfilled. Troy burned. All because a baby was fated to cause ruin. And because mortals, in trying to prevent it, made it inevitable. It's tempting to think of prophecy as a trap. But the Greeks didn't quite see it that way. They saw it as Moira, your portion, your lot. Something not to be escaped, but to be understood. In fact, the truly tragic characters weren't the ones who tried to defy fate. They were the ones who never learned what it was. Take Agamemnon. He returned home from Troy, victorious, proud, utterly unaware that his wife Clytemnestra planned to murder him in his bath. There was no prophecy warning him, no divine whisper, just the slow march of consequences, for a war he started, a daughter he sacrificed, a kingdom he neglected. in a way the silence was worse than the omen. At least when the gods speak, you know what's coming. But prophecy wasn't just a tool of tragedy. Sometimes it was a mechanism for power. Kings claimed divine approval through oracles. Founders of colonies sought signs. Even Socrates, the philosopher, was famously told by the oracle at Delphi that no man was wiser than he. He spent the rest of his life trying to prove it wrong, and, in doing so, proved it right. That was the great irony of Greek prophecy. It revealed truth not by clarifying, but by challenging. You understood it only after it happened. Only after the bodies were counted. The temples burned, the throne vacant. Only then did someone somewhere say, "Ah, so that's what it meant." And so mortals learned to live with uncertainty. They consulted oracles, yes, but they also built contingency plans. They made sacrifices, read omens in bird flight, burned bones and studied the cracks. A priestess might interpret the bleating of a goat. A general might base a military decision on the way a chicken pecked at grain. If that sounds ridiculous, remember, they weren't looking for certainty. They were looking for alignment, a sense that their actions fit the will of fate. Because if the gods approved, or seemed to, perhaps things would go well. And if they didn't, at least the disaster would be dignified. Even mythology's cleverest mortals, Odysseus for instance, never outwitted prophecy. They navigated it, delayed it, danced around its edges. But the thread was always waiting to be cut, and no one, not even the tricksters, escaped in the end. There is something terribly human in this. To long for knowledge, to receive it in part, and to realize that knowledge alone does not grant control. To know that the future is written, and still to hope that maybe, just maybe, it isn't written in ink. Some mortals went mad from prophecy. Cassandra, of course, saw everything, and could change nothing. Others, like Laius and Jocasta, acted decisively, boldly, and made things worse. And a few simply walked forward, like Achilles. He knew his fate, knew he would die young, knew his name would live on, while his life would be cut short. And he chose it. That's the strange mercy of prophecy. It tells you the end, but it never tells you what kind of person you'll be when you meet it. And so, in the space between the knowing and the arriving, mortals lived, loved, fought, failed, sang, died, and somewhere, far above or deep within, the gods watched and smiled. Because prophecy, after all, was not just a sentence. It was a story. And mortals, they played their parts beautifully. If you were a mortal in ancient Greece, you likely accepted a few basic truths. The gods were powerful. Fate was inevitable. Monsters existed. And somewhere, somehow, the end of the world was coming. Or at least, the end of your world. Because in Greek mythology, when things went wrong, truly wrong, it was never the gods who paid the price. It was the mortals. They suffered first, and they suffered most. You could be a farmer planting barley, or a sailor watching the coast fade, or a mother brushing olive oil onto her child's hair. And, without warning, the gods could decide that your city, your field, your life was finished. Not from malice necessarily. Sometimes from boredom. Sometimes as a warning to others. Sometimes as the side effect of a squabble between two immortals about who forgot the libation last festival. The reasons didn't matter much. The consequences always did. Let's begin then with the flood. Not Noah's, but Deucalion's. The Greek version. You see, once upon a time, humans had become, in Zeus's eyes, a bit unruly, loud, ungrateful. Too many festivals gone unobserved. Too many sacrifices skimped. The gods had given them fire, taught them farming, let them name the stars. And how did they repay it? By being irritating. So Zeus, rather characteristically, decided to wipe them out. He unleashed a great flood, a deluge that covered the earth. Temples sank, herds drowned, cities vanished beneath the waves. Only 2 mortals survived, Deucalion and his wife, Pyrrha. Not because they were particularly strong or cunning or rich, but because they were pious. Zeus gave them a warning. They built a chest, not a grand ship, just a watertight box. They floated as the world drowned, and when the waters receded, they stepped onto a barren, empty world, alone, alive, exhausted. To repopulate the earth, they were told to throw the bones of their mother behind them. A riddle, naturally. They realized this meant the stones of Gaia, the earth. As they threw the stones, they transformed into people. The new human race. Stone-born. Hardy. No longer made of gold or silver or bronze, as earlier mythic races had been, but of rock, tough, durable, slightly miserable. The flood myth wasn't unique to Greece, but its moral was telling. When the world ends, the gods start over. But the mortals, they have to rebuild. From nothing. With no help. Then there's the tale of Pandora. Ah, Pandora. The first woman, crafted by Hephaestus. Blessed by the gods with beauty, grace and curiosity. And gifted a jar. Or, as it's more famously mistranslated, a box. She was told not to open it. Naturally she did. And from it poured every sorrow known to humankind. Disease, famine, war, grief, madness, aging. All the things the golden race had never known. Hope fluttered out last. Whether as comfort or cruel joke depends on how you read it. But the point is clear. The gods gave mortals the tools of suffering, sometimes directly, sometimes wrapped in something lovely. Pandora wasn't evil. She wasn't even malicious. She was simply human. And the punishment, as always, fell on everyone else. Even Prometheus, who loved mortals and gave them fire, was punished. Chained to a rock, liver devoured daily by an eagle. Not because he had destroyed anything, but because he had helped. Helping mortals, it seemed, was a serious offence. And yet mortals kept living. Kept working, worshipping, hoping. Perhaps because hope had slipped out of the jar too. But the gods didn't need an apocalypse to end a world. Sometimes they simply turned away. Demeter, for instance. When her daughter Persephone was taken by Hades into the underworld, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, wandered the earth in mourning. Crops failed. Famine spread. The green world turned brown. Mortals starved, not because they sinned, but because a mother grieved. Eventually, a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend part of the year above, part below. And so came the seasons. Spring and summer, when the daughter returns. Autumn and winter, when she descends. It's a beautiful myth, but one built on the bones of the hungry. Even in their sadness, the gods had consequences. Then there were wars. The Trojan War wasn't just a clash of men and swords. It was divine theatre. Aphrodite gave Helen to Paris. Hera and Athena, snubbed, supported the Greeks. Zeus watched, occasionally amused, occasionally bored, and as the gods chose sides, mortals died. Achilles, Hector, Patroclus, Ajax, thousands unnamed. A city fell. A king lost his homecoming. A queen plotted her revenge. And why? Because a mortal judged a divine beauty contest. One poor choice, one golden apple, one compliment tossed to the wrong immortal. And the world burned. The gods in their way. were always reenacting creation and destruction. Every war was a mini-apocalypse. Every slight a chance to unravel everything. Mortals weren't consulted. They were simply caught in the blast radius. Even love could end the world. Ask Semele. She was a mortal woman, seduced by Zeus. Hera, jealous, tricked her into asking Zeus to reveal his true form. He did. She was vaporized by divine radiance. Her unborn child, Dionysus, was saved, sewn into Zeus's thigh, because myths are rarely tidy. Semele's death wasn't malicious. It was technical. She wasn't built to see a god bear his power. Mortals never are. Then there's the madness. The gods could break a mortal mind as easily as snapping a reed. Take Heracles, the greatest hero, strongest of men. Driven mad by Hera, he slaughtered his wife and children. The world ended in that moment for him. And though he atoned, though he performed 12 impossible labours and was eventually made a god himself, the cost was unbearable. For the mortals in his story there was no redemption arc, only blood, only silence. The Greek worldview was not without hope, but it was shaped by resignation. Mortals lived in a world that was not built for them. They lived on borrowed land, under borrowed sky, at the mercy of beings who did not always know or care what their actions cost. And when the gods lost interest, well, then things got truly dangerous. A neglected ritual, a missed omen, a slighted shrine. Any of these could lead to plagues, storms, madness, crop failure. The gods didn't need to rage. They simply had to stop listening. The end of a mortal world wasn't a fiery conclusion. It was silence from Olympus. And still, they prayed. To Athena for wisdom, to Apollo for healing, to Artemis for safety in childbirth. They sang the hymns, burned the fat, poured the wine. Not because they were certain it would help, but because they feared what happened when no one did. Mortals learn to live with endings. Small ones, personal ones, city walls collapsing, loved ones turning to shadows, heroes vanishing into smoke. They accepted that time was not kind, that history was not fair, that the gods had other priorities. But they told their stories, preserved the myths, painted the jars, built the temples, because telling the story in the end was all the power they had, to name the suffering, to place it in context, to turn the chaos into something resembling sense. So when the world ended, as it often did, in pieces, at least it could be remembered, sung, shared. Even the end, the Greeks knew, could be made beautiful, if only in hindsight. And that, perhaps, was the only comfort a mortal could rely on. The gods would do what they pleased. But the mortals? They would make meaning of it. They would gather the ashes and write it down.